Chapter 100. Tang Hao kneels. They knelt down, they knelt down, they knelt down. Tang Hao knelt down in the direction of Bibi Dong. She lowered her proud head, bent her legs, and knelt on the ground. I lost. Her voice was barely audible. Tang Hao's face was gloomy, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was panting heavily. He vowed to make Bibi Dong pay with her life for kneeling and admitting defeat. Only by killing Bibi Dong under the Haoshan hammer can we wash away today's shame. Just watch, as long as we defeat the 7 treasure-glazed tile school soul masters, we can guarantee Tang San's safety. Tang Hao wanted to let Bibi Dong, that foolish, ungrateful, love-struck, selfish traitor, know the truth. The majestic Haoshan sect, the outstanding battle soul hammer. The Haoshan sect is the #1 sect in the world, and the Haoshan hammer is the #1 weapon spirit in the world. It cannot be deceived or humiliated. Tang Xiao looked at Tang Hao with a complicated expression, a mixture of recognition for Tang Hao's maturity, guilt, and heartache. Bibi Dong dared to take advantage of the chaos, kidnapping Tang San and threatening them. Such behavior is so heinous that even death cannot atone for it. Just wait. After defeating Ji Yu Rong and ensuring Tang San's safety, we'll target Bibi Dong as soon as possible. We must make Haome vent her anger and use the Haoshan hammer to smash Bibi Dong into Bibi Chan. Wah, Mom still cares about me after all, she's just being stubborn. Tang San was deeply moved when he saw that Tang Hao was willing to kneel down and admit defeat to Bibi Dong for the sake of his life and safety. Tang Hao sacrificed so much for him. Bibi Dong, you just wait, fortunes change every 30 years, don't underestimate a baby's weakness. The day I achieve mastery in my cultivation and inherit the divine position will be the day of your death. I, Tang San, swear that I will use every means in the world to torture you to death. No, I want you to die 10,000 times. Tang San, who couldn't speak yet, could only utter harsh words in his heart. Just then, the 3rd test of the Rakshasa god has been completed, and I have gained 5% affinity with the Rakshasa god's power. Bibi Dong completed the Rakshasa god trial, and the affinity of the Rakshasa god power within her increased. Since it concerns the affinity with divine power, the soul master cannot clearly perceive the changes. However, as the reincarnation of a god king, Tang San was able to keenly sense something unusual. This is the power of the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong has begun the Rakshasa god trial and become the successor of the Rakshasa god. Damn it, how could Bibi Dong, that born evil ingrate, have passed the divine test so quickly? Damn Rakshasa god, are you blind? Why did you have to choose such an ingrate, a love-struck idiot, a mentally ill thing? Bibi Dong passed the Rakshasa god test and became the Rakshasa successor. One of the tests was related to her mother, Hao Ma, which made Tang San furious. He now desperately wants to regain his former god king level strength and kill Bibi Dong, that ungrateful wretch, along with Rakshasa god, that blind and mindless evil god. He couldn't rest easy if this man and god didn't die. If Bibi Dong, that foolish and insane woman, were to successfully inherit the position of Rakshasa god, the consequences would be unimaginable without the checks and balances of other deities. The opponent could absolutely slaughter everyone and wipe out the entire Douluo continent. Others may not know Bibi Dong, but Tang San certainly does. Bibi Dong, that heaven-defying creature, would definitely shout, those who bully, insult, mock, curse, and look down on Xiao Gang, all of them must die. And then wield the divine weapon, the Rakshasa demon scythe, to slaughter everyone indiscriminately. The reason he was so cruel to his own daughter in his previous life was because he learned from the lessons of how the 3 silly girls, the ingrates, and the love-struck girls of the spirit hall had caused the destruction of their power due to their rebellious actions. Tang San was genuinely afraid that his daughter would be like Bibi Dong and Luer Long, defying the heavens and falling for a good-for-nothing like Gangzi, throwing herself at him and even severing ties with him for love. Since it had nothing to do with him or the 7 treasure-glazed tile school, Ji Yu Rong crossed his arms and watched the show. Bibi Dong, a soul saint, used Tang Hao's son as a threat and successfully forced Tang Hao, a soul Douluo, to kneel down and admit defeat. Although it is unknown why Bibi Dong did this, judging from the appearance of the Haoshan twin stars, whose eyes were bloodshot and who were panting heavily, they must hate Bibi Dong to death. Under the influence of Lizitian's spiritual power, Ji Yurong activated his brain. Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Bibi Dong joined forces to deal with the 7 treasure glazed tile school Soul Master squad. They can win, but the losses will certainly be significant. If the loss is too great, it will be disastrous. Seeing that the 7 treasure glazed tile school is weak, other sects will surely pounce on it like a pack of wolves, trying to take a piece of its flesh. Even the royal family and nobles of the Heavenly Do Empire will join this grand feast. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is known as the richest sect in the world, with wealth comparable to that of a country. This is not just talk, they are truly that rich. Those in the world who covet the wealth of the 7 treasure glazed tile school are as numerous as the soul beast soft bone rabbit in the Star Do Great Forest. Withdraw. Ji Yurong saw Bibi Dong return Tang San to Tang Hao, and Tang Hao then handed Tang San over to Tang Xiao. The 3 of them joined forces and glared at him. He sensed something was wrong and quickly waved his hand to give the order. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is not the only sect that has a blood feud with the Haoshan sect. In dealing with the Haoshan twin stars, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Holy Dragon sect, the Elephant Armor sect, the Black Tiger sect, and the Fire Leopard sect should all contribute their personnel and efforts. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao actually sought out Bibi Dong, a blind, heartless, and ungrateful wretch, as their ally. Their 7 treasure glazed tile school could then reassemble a 6-sect coalition to target the Haoshan school. Ji Yurong, you bastard. Tang Hao cursed as he watched Ji Yurong lead the 7 treasure glazed tile school soul masters away from Nodding City. Tang Xiao, who was standing nearby, took the crying Tang San into his arms and comforted him. Seeing that things were not going well, Bibi Dong ran away as soon as Ji Yurong ran away. She passed the Rakshasa God test. If she doesn't run, she'll just wait to be hit by the Haoshan hammer. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao looked at her with hatred in their eyes. How could she, as the successor of the Rakshasa, not feel this overwhelming hatred and killing intent? In the void, Qian Xunji yawned, boring. This poorly executed drama was truly unwatchable, even though he was somewhat involved. Is it because Ji Yurong, that old rascal, is about to have his own daughter born and become a father that he's become so timid? How about we continue playing Bibi Dong? Her lover, Gengzi, was rescued from Scarface's pleasure house by his good brother Flander and his men a while ago. I remember that among the people who were rescued, there was a woman named Luer Long. The reason why Rakshasa God paid attention to Gengzi was simply because he was Bibi Dong's lover. As the #1 troublemaker in Douluo continent, he felt that the content of Bibi Dong's 4th test of the Rakshasa God could be related to Gengzi. Upon hearing this, Qian Xunji scanned the area with his divine sense and discovered that Scarface's pleasure house had been destroyed, and that Gengzi and Luer Long, those 2 extraordinary individuals, had been rescued by Flander, Zhao Wuji, Li Yusong, and others. They are now recuperating and living a comfortable life at Shrek Academy in the Kingdom of Barak. Yu Luomian is raising her daughter herself. What a ruthless person. She gave birth to her own daughter and raised her herself. Qinzun saw that the Rakshasa God had begun to revise the content of Bibi Dong's 4th test of the Rakshasa God, so she went closer to take a look. He exclaimed, "Good heavens, as expected of you, Rakshasa God, you know how to play." Chapter 101 Bibi Dong, I am a Hu trafficker. Spirit City, Angel God Grand Plaza. Today was the annual, multi-day Spirit Awakening ceremony. Children from the surrounding areas of Spirit City who had not undergone Spirit Awakening were only permitted to enter Spirit City accompanied by their parents during these few days. Blue Silver Grass Spirit, no innate spirit power. The black-robed deacon responsible for awakening spirits for the children felt slightly disappointed. Next. Charming Fox Spirit, innate spirit power level 9.5. The black-robed deacon was extremely excited, his eyes widening considerably. You must know that the charming fox was a top-tier beast spirit. Anyone who could awaken with innate level 9.5 spirit power, as long as they did not die prematurely, would definitely become a powerful titled Douluo in the future. Such a genius girl had to be protected well, she couldn't be abducted by some old fogies shouting about missing out if they were too slow. Those abducted by old fogies never knew where they went, their lives and deaths unknown. My name is Juliana, I died, but I experienced rebirth. When I was reborn and completed my spirit awakening, I awakened the memories of my past life. In less than 10 minutes, I successfully completed possession and devoured it, replacing the original personality within this body. In my past life, I was an orphan, and in this lifetime, I remained an orphan. But unlike my past life, for some reason, my brother Xiaoyu was not by my side in this lifetime. When I finished my spirit awakening, left Spirit City, and was walking back to the orphanage, a hooded woman in black appeared before me. And then, I was abducted. At night, the stars dotted the sky. A soft bones rabbit was roasting over the campfire, sprinkled with a bit of salt, giving it flavor. Sliced bread sandwiched with roasted soft bones rabbit meat in the middle, short for roasted soft bones rabbit meat sandwich. After finishing her sandwich, Juliana wiped her mouth and cast her gaze toward the black-robed woman who had removed her hood, revealing her face. Illuminated by the firelight, she could clearly see the appearance of the woman before her. "Master, did you experience rebirth too?" Juliana asked curiously. "Nana, you too." Bibi Dong was overjoyed, a smile blooming on her face as she chuckled. "Yes, I experienced rebirth too. A few days after the Battle of Jialing Pass, I was killed by the sect spirit masters of the Anti-Spirit Empire." Juliana concealed the fact that she had become a military prostitute and died a miserable death in her past life. Whether it was Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, or Zhu Zuqing, all of them hated her, this vixen who loved Tang San. Because of this, Xiao Wu had subjected her to inhumane punishments due to her connection with Bibi Dong. She had been tortured by a group of soldiers until she died of exhaustion. The past life was the past life, and this life was this life. As for her now, she was clean, hygienic, and a good girl who was still a virgin. Through the conversation between the two women, Juliana learned many things. Among them was the fact that Bibi Dong's master in this lifetime was Qian Douluo. Qian Xunji was no longer the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall, and nobody knew where he had run off to, leaving no news. Yu Shaogang had not published the top 10 spirit theories, failing to become a grandmaster of theory. Spirit Hall had not dispatched troops to subjugate Sea God Island. The Clear Sky sect had traveled far to settle on an overseas island. Tang San's father in the past life, Tang Hao, had become a woman in this lifetime. Tang Hao had even given birth to a son, though she didn't know whether that child was her beloved younger brother Tang San. Juliana, there was a bit too much information, and her brain couldn't quite process it all. Master and disciple in the past life had once again become master and disciple in this lifetime. The reason why Juliana was willing to leave Spirit City with Bibi Dong was very simple. Bibi Dong was going to Shrek Academy next. And by becoming a student of Shrek Academy, she would be able to see her beloved younger brother Tang San in the future. Juliana, in this lifetime, I will replace Xiao Wu and become the most beloved existence in Tang San's heart. Complex emotions such as hesitation and helplessness flashed through Bibi Dong's eyes. Her purpose in going to Shrek Academy was to see her beloved Shaogang. This wasn't merely because she wanted to see her lover. At the same time, the fourth trial of the Rakshasa God trials was also related to Shaogang. Sending her beloved Shaogang back to Brother Scar's happy new house to watch 48 hours of hell special training, without turning her head or blinking halfway, she had to watch it with unblinking focus for the full 48 hours. Upon thinking of such content for the divine trial, Bibi Dong grew furious, her eyes turning red with anger and her breathing coming like a panting ox. It was true that the Rakshasa god never abandoned her, but it was also extremely cruel. Suppressing her cultivation in her past life, and tormenting her to the point of being battered and bruised in this lifetime. Having nightmares every day, watching Shaogang being bullied by Brother Scar in her dreams while she could only act like an incompetent wife, that much she could endure. But now she had to watch it live in the real world. That aside, she was even required to personally deliver her lover Shaogang into the arms of her rival, Brother Scar. Bibi Dong, damn the Rakshasa god. Flowers bloom in wealth with two blossoms. Spirit City, Elder Hall. Invited by the Rakshasa god, Qian Xunji had arrived this time in the capacity of a guest. Seeing Bibi Dong take away Huliena, the rebirth practitioner, and leave Spirit City for Shrek Academy, he didn't care in the least. Two ungrateful wretches, brainless romantics, mental defectives, they had all left, which was wonderful. If Qian Runshui left as well, that would be even better. Qian Xunji glanced sideways and saw Qian Runshui, the blonde lowly maid, carrying a plate of grapes over and placing it on the table. Then she carefully peeled the grape skins clean and reached out to feed them into the Rakshasa god's mouth. This appearance of a dutiful and filial good daughter simply dumbfounded him. He pulled out a juicy peach and began chewing on it, utterly speechless. Lady Rakshasa god, how did you pull this off? Qian Xunji was very curious. How had the Rakshasa god cultivated this heaven-defying rebirth girl, Qian Runshui, into such an obedient, sensible, and diligent lowly maid? This technique was simply a must-learn. This is the second personality, Rakshasa Shui, not the first personality rebirth practitioner, the angel god Qian Runshui. The Rakshasa god wore a smug expression, her voice laced with playful triumph. You know his techniques. Seal away the personality you dislike, and retain the personality you like. As for what method was used to teach the child to be so well behaved and obedient, don't ask. If you ask, it's a Rakshasa secret. For the second time, Qian Xunji gave Qian Runshui a proper look, narrowing his gaze as he entered his spiritual sea of consciousness. Then he saw that the personality of the angel god Qian Runshui was in a state of being hog-tied and having her freedom restricted. Bound with a shy-feeling BDSM tying method, Qian Runshui truly lived up to the Rakshasa god's professional techniques, even her mouth was plugged with a gag ball. After a single glance, Qian Xunji withdrew his gaze. The three silly girls of Spirit Hall each had their own wonderful days. As for Huliena, who left with Bibi Dong, one didn't even need to think to know that following Bibi Dong, this pathogen, she would definitely contract plenty of illnesses and then enjoy a time of sickness and pain. How truly boring. He didn't even need to lift a finger himself. These stupid Douluo natives had a flash of inspiration and ended up moving themselves into misery and death. Lord Elder Brother, would you like to eat some grapes? Rakshasa Shui asked cautiously, carrying the peeled grapes over. Thank you. Qian Xunji spoke politely with a smile on his face. Since the other party wasn't that idiot brainless romantic spendthrift Qian Runshui, there was no need to pull a cold face, toss attitude, and refuse to even glance at her. Enjoying the hand-fed grapes from the lowly maid, life was wonderful yet begging for a jolt of electricity. Then Qian Xunji mobilized the power of the lightning law, generating lightning at his fingertips to temper Rakshasa Shui's physique and clear her governor and conception vessels. Oh ho ho! Rakshasa Shui cried out from being shocked by the electricity. Endure a little longer, you'll soon finish washing your marrow, cleansing your tendons, and removing the impurities within your body, Qian Xunji reminded her. Using food as bait, he gave Rakshasa Shui motivation. Endure it, and I'll treat you to fried chicken burgers later. Inside the spiritual sea of consciousness, Angel Shui, which was the rebirth practitioner angel god Qian Runshui, felt at this moment just like Tang San did when he found out his biological mother Tang Hao didn't want him. Her eyes were red, her breathing came like a panting ox, and like a maggot, she wriggled her body continuously in a dark corner. Chapter 102. Having nothing to do, going to see the Silver Dragon King. It clearly should have been mine, whether it is paternal love as heavy as a mountain, or an elder brother doting on a younger sister and making her smile. These bonds of affection should all have been mine. Hot tears continuously welled up in the eyes of angel god Qian Runshui. Rakshasa god was extremely cruel to her. Her five senses only had sight and hearing, but lacked touch, taste, and smell. She could not even feel the sensation of Rakshasa Shui's fingertips touching Qian Xunji's lips. Nor could she smell the reassuring aura on Qian Xunji. Much less could she obtain the gustatory enjoyment on the tip of her tongue when Rakshasa Shui ate hamburgers and fried chicken. She was jealous of everything that Rakshasa Shui currently possessed. Everything wonderful that she failed to obtain in her past life. The adoptive maternal love and companionship of Rakshasa god. The delicacies and opportunity given by Qian Xunji. Angel god Qian Xunji wished she could replace Rakshasa Shui and enjoy these wonderful things she had always wanted. Qian Xunji wanted to acquire wonderful things, so how could Qian Douluo not want them as well? He now felt incomparably regretful, having previously thought that Qian Xunji's talent was poor, so he used a suppressive and impoverished upbringing education on him. He never expected things to backfire and actually raised a divinity. Yet he, who should have been able to become the father of a god, was not recognized as a father by his current son. Meanwhile, his beloved disciple Bibi Dong, whom he had raised in luxury and pampered into adulthood, committed so many foolish and wrong things for the sake of so-called love, ultimately degenerating into one of the fallen ones. What made Qian Douluo even less able to hold it together was that the two daughters he gave birth to were not close to him either. His eldest daughter Qian Xunji, in her Rakshasa Shui personality, did not even want to see him. When they met in the corridor on usual days, she would always turn her head away, finding it repulsive to even take a glance at him. Yet she was extremely close to the Rakshasa evil god, sweetly calling out, "Mother," at every turn. Clearly he was the biological parent, yet it was handled as if they were strangers. As for the second daughter, Qian Douluo expressed that he had only seen the other party once when she was born, and after that, there was nothing more. As for wanting to see his second daughter, he would have to cross the vast sea and head to another continent. That unfilial son Qian Xunji had established a force belonging solely to himself on another continent, collecting the power of faith. The eldest son and second daughter both lived on another continent on ordinary days. Even those brothers and subordinates from the elder palace in the past now permanently resided on another continent, unwilling to return to Spirit City on the Douluo continent to live. This made Qian Douluo feel like an empty nest elderly man. He was still an empty nest elderly man who was whipped by Rakshasa god and had endless work to do every day. Qian Douluo reached out and pushed open the doors of the elder hall, and then he saw the silver-haired, red-eyed Qian Xunji. Having not met for several years, he missed him dearly. Angel God High Priest, since you see this deity, why do you not kneel? Seeing Qian Douluo open his mouth to utter a single character, Qian Xunji hurriedly used his own powerful mental force to interrupt the other party's speech. He certainly did not want to hear the form of address, This foolish thing Qian Douluo dared to open his mouth and call him, which was simply asking for a beating. He really wanted to make him spin around in circles without stopping. Qian Douluo lowered his head to look at the marble floor, feeling very ashamed. I am now the high priest of Rakshasa god. Qian Xunji was slightly stunned, crying out internally, "Good fellow, as expected of Rakshasa god, this execution capability is simply maxed out." She actually directly took action to make Qian Douluo change his belief, reducing him to the high priest of Rakshasa god. His gaze looked toward Rakshasa Shui, who had just stepped out of a bath, with water droplets still clinging to her golden hair strands. Qian Xunji knew that Rakshasa god wanted to cultivate Rakshasa Shui into the new generation Rakshasa god. Personally dispatching to capture Blue Silver Emperor was also for Rakshasa Shui. Degenerating the angel god high priest into the Rakshasa god high priest was also to make Qian Douluo sacrifice himself, accelerating the speed of passing the divine trials. It seemed he would have to spend time cultivating an angel god high priest. How about cultivating Bibi Dong into the angel god high priest and letting her sacrifice herself, thereby giving birth to a new generation of angel god? Let it be considered as Bibi Dong repaying the 2 lifetimes of upbringing grace of Spirit Hall. Lord Qian Xunji's grace could never be fully repaid. For the delicious food and snacks and beverages, Rakshasa god's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a cold flash crossing her eyes, and she directly gave Qian Douluo a fierce glare. She signaled the other party to quickly and respectfully bow and pay respects to Asura god. With a strike from Rakshasa god's cold glare, Qian Douluo's body trembled. He hurriedly obeyed and followed suit, cupping his hands and kneeling down to salute. Paying respects to Lord Asura god. Satisfied and leaving, Qian Xunji was very satisfied. Before leaving, he left behind the food that Rakshasa god wanted. He also left a separate portion of delicacies for Rakshasa Shui to act as a tip. He, Qian Xunji, never took a free ride on others' labor. Even if it was just being fed a few peeled grapes. Mother, you should invite Lord Elder Brother to be a guest more often in the future. Having harvested the gifts, Rakshasa Shui was immensely happy. Little glutton, you don't need to tell me that. Rakshasa God smiled, revealing white teeth. The mother and daughter smiled heartily and ate to their satisfaction. Only the father-daughter pair of Qian Douluo and Qian Runshui stood to the side, feeling sentimental and regretful. Wealth and prosperity descended from the heavens. Qian Xunji left Spirit City, took a step forward, and arrived above the Lake of Life in the Star-Do Great Forest. At this moment, he was wearing his armor, looking down from high above. He was very interested in the authority of the creation divinity on the Silver Dragon King. The matchless elemental control, and the original power of life creation. Striding firmly in Asura armor, he arrived at the Silver Dragon's residence with a single step. I am the Silver Dragon King, and I am panicking right now. That damned old fellow Asura god suddenly came knocking on my door. Even during my prime, I was slashed and injured by a single move of the Asura blood sword, losing half my life. Sneaking away from the god realm and running to the Douluo plain, the Douluo continent, and the Star-Do Great Forest, hiding at the bottom of the Lake of Life for who knows hundreds of thousands of years, I still failed to heal the huge wounds on my body. The Asura divine force was eroding me at every moment, causing my wounds unable to heal. Ah, my father, Lord Dragon God, I beg you to show your divine efficacy. Turn this scene of Asura god coming to my door to cause trouble into a nightmare. I am merely a baby dragon that was born hundreds of thousands of years ago and has always been recuperating and sleeping. I really don't want to die. Nor do I want to take another hit of the Asura blood sword that could leave a dragon paralyzed from the waist down after hundreds of thousands of years. But soon the Silver Dragon King discovered that the Asura god before her eyes was different. It was true that the other party possessed the Asura god seat core within his body. It was also true that he possessed majestic Asura divine force within his body. But this cultivation realm was wrong. The Asura god she knew was none other than a dignified god king tier powerhouse. Yet the Asura god before her had a cultivation of mere level 1 god. Furthermore, he did not hold the super divine artifact, Asura god sword, in his hand. Level 1 god. She was the dignified Silver Dragon King, one of the twin gold and silver dragon kings split from the dragon god. Born with the strength of a level 1 god cultivation and a god king tier mental force. Would she be afraid of a level 1 god without a super divine artifact in hand? What a joke. Even if this level 1 god was a clone of that old fellow Asura god. The Silver Dragon King, standing 1,000 meters tall, locked her huge dragon eyes, which were as deep as amethyst, directly onto Qian Xunji's body. Chapter 103 Silver Dragon King, Humph, consider yourself having good taste. One sword separates the world. Seeing the Silver Dragon King without any hesitation, Qian Xunji raised his hand and greeted her with an ultimate move. As a normal person, he did not have the refined mood to chat upon meeting this astonishing silver dragon. One sword separates the world. The massive sword she contracted into a slender infrared laser, breaking all methods with a single sword. Not speaking upon meeting, confirming the target, and immediately unleashing an ultimate move, this was Qian Xunji having entered a battle state. Facing Qian Xunji's sudden sword strike, the Silver Dragon King simply could not react in time, and coupled with her huge body, she failed to dodge in time. She took the sword strike squarely and solidly right on the front. A huge new sword wound was added to the Silver Dragon King's body, and dragon blood gushed out. This sword directly split open the homestead carved out by the Silver Dragon King. The resulting aftermath shook the Douluo continent and triggered an earthquake. So painful. The Silver Dragon King's voice cracked. Damn Asura god, you launched a sneak attack, you are despicable and shameless, what kind of god realm enforcer god are you? Time still counts while speaking. During the process of the Silver Dragon King speaking, Qian Xunji continuously swung his sword. Every time he swung his sword, it was a Getsuga Tensho energy wave / carrying Asura battle intent, chopping onto the Silver Dragon King's huge body like firing cannonballs. The law of slaughter, the law of battle, and the law of sword fused with each other. Every sword strike was a divine skill rich in the power of law, capable of breaking open the hard scales on the Silver Dragon King's body. The Silver Dragon King counterattacked, but because Qian Xunji's body was too small, he always managed to dodge the attacks from the gaps in her dragon claws. The Silver Dragon King used elemental divine skills to attack, but they were also avoided because Qian Xunji stepped with the 8-direction standard paces, performing thunder escape techniques with every step, making his speed too fast. The Silver Dragon King became angry for a moment, and then transformed into a humanoid appearance. Silver hair and purple eyes, cold and noble, wearing a silver outfit and holding the silver dragon spear. With a move of salted fish thrust, she stabbed towards Qian Xunji's face. Truly beautiful. Qian Xunji tilted his head to dodge the Silver Dragon King's spear thrust. After pulling away the distance, he gazed at the Silver Dragon King's peerless beauty and delicate body, and uttered an evaluation. Silver hair and purple eyes, cold and noble, like a goddess descending to the mortal world, so beautiful that it makes one's heart flutter. Qian Xunji, dears, I am an Amy fan. Hearing this, the Silver Dragon King was slightly stunned. This voice was not the voice of the Asura god she was familiar with, and as for the words praising her for being beautiful, humph, consider yourself having good taste. You, this Asura god. Qian Xunji cast the ultimate move, let this sword illuminate all rivers, right onto her face, interrupting the words the Silver Dragon King was about to speak with a single sword strike. In reality, women will only affect my speed of making money. In a transcendent world like Douluo, women will only affect my speed to cultivate. As long as I obtain the creation godhead and master the authority of life creation. What kind of beauty could I not create myself? Warm flesh breeds silent betrayal. How miserable Zhao Enjin was for trusting women, men who have read the news would never want to become his successor. Qian Xunji would not let his lower head control his upper head just because the humanoid Silver Dragon King happened to fit his aesthetic. Having already become a god, he naturally wanted to be a creator, building his very own chi. Suaginto, Ikaros, Yaya, Reese, Lucia. The battle between the man and the dragon destroyed the small world barrier, and divine force began to leak out. Outside, on the Douluo continent. The night grew deeper, and the starlight and moonlight scattered. Spirit City, Elder Hall. This is a divine war. The Rakshasa god muttered, decisively picked up the still sleeping Rakshasa Shui, and with a swoosh, fled out of the Douluo continent. To be able to live this long, aside from knowing how to assess the situation, it was all about running fast. Feeling the earth shake and the mountain sway, Qian Douluo had his spirit manifest and flew into midair, earthquake. A major earthquake with minor aftershocks. But these aftershocks were simply too many and too dense. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect Garrison. What's going on? Why is there suddenly an earthquake? And it won't stop shaking. Thunder Douluo Uluomian, who had just coaxed his daughter to sleep, was extremely puzzled. This feeling doesn't seem like an earthquake, but rather like experts fighting, and the aftermath of the battle caused the earthquake. After pondering for a moment, Yu Ruowan stated her judgment. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Garrison, Qibao New City. Ji Yu Rong held the pregnant Ning Fengji in his arms with a Princess Carrie, flying in midair. His gaze looked toward the direction of the Star Do Great Forest. The bone dragon Wuhan possessed spatial attributes, and he could sense spatial fluctuations inside the Star Do Great Forest. As well as 2 powerful forces colliding. Suddenly, a peerless, incomparably domineering, and extremely pure dragon might spread outward from the Star Do Great Forest, shrouding the entire Douluo continent within a single breath. All dragon-type spirits, sub-dragon-type spirits, and all spirit beasts knelt and submitted under the suppression of the dragon might. Ji Yu Rong was no exception, falling from midair. Had he not used his body as a cushioning pad, Ning Fengji would definitely have fallen and suffered a miscarriage. Shrek Academy. After feeling this force, Bibi Dong was extremely surprised. This is divine force. In her past life, she was the Rakshasa god. Although she did not serve for long, she had truly inherited the Rakshasa god position and was quite familiar with divine force. Especially toward the Asura divine force that killed her, her memory remained fresh. But this Asura divine force was a bit different. At least it was distinct from the Asura divine force when Tang San killed her in her past life. This Asura divine force was not only filled with killing intent, but also possessed a thick battle intent. At this time point in my past life, did an earthquake happen? Juliana was somewhat uncertain. Her strength was weak, and she hadn't become a god in her past life, so she didn't understand many things. Nuoding City. Tang Hao looked up toward the direction of the Star-Do Great Forest and murmured, could it be that a divinity is fighting? As someone who had experienced the sea god's divine might at close range, Tang Hao could sense that this powerful coercion emanating from inside the Star-Do Great Forest belonged to the existence of a god domain. Tang Xiao was holding Tang San in his arms, rocking him to coax the child to sleep. But at this moment, Tang San could not sleep at all due to the aura leaked from the battle between Qian Xunji and the Silver Dragon King. The native inhabitants of Douluo who had never been to the god realm, how could they know the power of divinities? Let alone that the entities fighting right now were by no means ordinary divinities. How did the Asura god end up fighting the Silver Dragon King? What on earth is going on with this world? In his past life, the Silver Dragon King was the sea god King Tang San's, obedient and pretty daughter-in-law. In this life, Tang San also wanted to make the other party his obedient and pretty daughter-in-law, give birth to good dragon grandchildren, and inherit the dragon god position. He thought about it too beautifully, but reality was very cruel. What the hell is the old Asura god of this world doing? Instead of staying nicely in the god realm to slack off, thinking about finding a successor and then passing down the god position to leave the god realm. Why did he run to the Douluo continent to fight the Silver Dragon King? Was he bullying her world-shocking wisdom, or did he want to find a good scabbard for the Asura god sword? Tang San, I don't understand. But I know that you, this Asura god, have ruined my 10,000-year grand plan and already brought upon yourself the way of death. Not good, my 300,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones, as well as my 8 spider lances. Thinking that his opportunities were in danger, Tang San was burning with anxiety. A single aftermath of a divine war could plunge countless living beings into misery. To Tang San, the 8 spider lances were simply too important. Without the 8 spider lances, he wouldn't have a super divine artifact, the sea god's 8 wings, nor would he have powerful devouring capabilities. In the previous life, if not for the heaven-defying opportunity of the 8 spider lances, Tang San could never have become a god in his 20s. The divine war entered the midfield dialogue stage. With a sweep of her divine thought, the Silver Dragon King analyzed from the limited information that the Asura god in front of her was not the first-generation Asura god of the past, but the second-generation Asura god who had inherited the Asura god position. Aren't you afraid that the divine war between you and me will sink the Douluo continent? The Silver Dragon King looked straight at Qian Xunji and asked. She believed that Qian Xunji would compromise for the sake of his birthplace and the hometown where he grew up from childhood, thus choosing to terminate this divine war. Chapter 104, Silver Dragon King, I refuse to accept. Sink the Douluo continent. What does it have to do with Qian Xunji? The forces he established are not on the Douluo continent either. The believers who provide him with the power of faith do not live on the Douluo continent either. As someone who treated the Douluo continent like Ninguda, how could he possibly care about whether the Douluo continent could be sunk or not? This Silver Dragon King truly has, earth-shattering, wisdom to actually think he would care about the Douluo continent. Is she perhaps a shut-in who slept for too long and became muddled in her sleep? Since you want to sink the Douluo continent, then sink the Douluo continent. Let us fight in the starry sky, the Silver Dragon King urged anxiously. After hearing the cold, indifferent tone in Qian Xunji's words, she knew that the other party simply did not care. This second-generation Asura god truly did not care about the so-called Douluo continent, nor all the living beings on the Douluo continent. But the Silver Dragon King could not bring herself to be so ruthless. The other spirit beasts could be set aside. Ditian and Ziji were the last sparks of their dragon clan. They bore the final hope for the dragon clan to multiply and expand its population. They definitely could not die in the aftermath of the battle. The Silver Dragon King transformed into a cluster of silver light, flying out of her homestead at an extremely fast speed, bursting through the water of the Lake of Life, and flying towards the starry sky. Qian Xunji transformed into a cluster of red light and closely followed behind, stretching out his palm as divine force gathered and compressed, turning into a blood-colored sphere of light, occasionally firing a beam cannon of Asura blood divine thunder. As the two divinities left, the Silver Dragon King's homestead completely collapsed. DTN led the surviving vicious beasts to the heavily damaged Douluo Great Forest. Although the divine battle broke out in the Silver Dragon King's homestead, as the barrier of the small plain world was shattered, the overflowing energy directly triggered a massive earthquake across Douluo. As the center of the earthquake's epicenter, the Douluo Great Forest suffered heavy losses, the ground split open, countless towering giant trees collapsed, and countless spirit beasts were crushed to death. DTN stepped on the earth's soil and raised its head to look at the sky. If you do not become a god, seeing a god king is like viewing the moon from the bottom of a well. If you become a god, seeing a god king is like a mayfly gazing at the azure sky. Although it did not know why this Asura god fighting its master, the Silver Dragon King, only had the cultivation of a level 1 god. Yet its own master, the Silver Dragon King, was also just a severely injured level 1 god. And she lacked combat experience. Being beaten up right after birth, what kind of combat experience is that? This Asura god's shooting technique has definitely been practiced, otherwise how could his accuracy be so precise? DTN's pair of dragon pupils stared fixedly at Qian Xunji, who was continuously maneuvering and flying high in the sky. As a dragon with rich combat experience, it could tell at a glance that Qian Xunji, this second-generation Asura god, had practiced his marksmanship to an extremely exquisite degree. And it was the kind that had been practiced ruthlessly. Furthermore, this fellow was extremely shameless. Master Silver Dragon King transformed into human form and flew in front, while he chased behind, aiming in aerial combat, firing every single divine force beam cannon directly at the soles of her feet. When hitting someone, he specifically hit the feet, and he hit accurately. Then the Silver Dragon King's flight movements became comical. For a moment, her legs spread wide, and then she was greeted by a shot of Asura blood divine thunder electrocuted. Until, humming and squealing, miserable screams came from her mouth, almost causing her to plunge from the high sky into the ocean. For a moment, she turned to face Qian Xunji and flew backwards, slowing down, and took a punch of Asura membrane breaking. Her face was beaten swollen, and her oral membrane was also broken. Not the upper mouth, but the lower mouth. Just kidding. This thing. Is he really the Asura god who masters the law of slaughter and the authority of judgment? Is he perhaps jointly elected by the various evil gods of the god realm? Master, please look after yourself. DTN is incompetent and cannot be of any help. The incompetent DTN, incompetent as always, could only watch helplessly as its own master, the Silver Dragon King, was brutally bullied. It could only hope that the Silver Dragon King, being of the Dragon clan, had thick skin and tough flesh, durable and explosion-resistant, and wouldn't have her physical body blown up. High in the sky, the incarnation of the Douluo plane consciousness, Big Eyeball, saw the Silver Dragon King and Qian Xunji leave the Douluo plane one after another to fight in the starry sky. These two living ancestors have finally left. It was truly afraid that these two living ancestors would fight a great battle within the Douluo plane, and then while fighting, blow up the Douluo plane. Two divinities possessing the combat power of complete level 1 god cultivation, if they said they would sink the Douluo continent, they could truly sink it. Even the Douluo plane itself might be blown up from the inside. 3 in 1 sun-moon continent, Daming capital. The Rakshasa god ate and drank. No matter how fierce the divine battle was, it had no ability to stop it. Rather than worrying about the Douluo plane being blown up, it was better to hurry up and eat more delicious food while it hadn't been blown up yet. Lest they become starved ghosts when everyone died together. The Ice Emperor brand blueberry-flavored shaved ice is truly good, the Rakshasa god said, eating large mouthfuls of the shaved ice made by the Ice Emperor. The strawberry-flavored shaved ice is also delicious. The 4-fruit soup is also delicious. coconut jelly, taro balls, pearls, milk tea. The taste is also not bad. The working Scorpion Ice Emperor on the side was forced to work overtime late at night without getting any wages. The Snow Empress wore a maid outfit, carrying plates and serving dishes to the Rakshasa god, who was devouring food like a Saiyan. Douluo continent, Nuoding city. Tang San's pair of eyes gazed at the two balls of silver and red light that disappeared into the sky. His heart was bleeding and crying. His pretty daughter-in-law was gone, his good dragon grandson was gone, and his 10,000-year grand plan had already gone bankrupt before it even began to be implemented. No. Snowflakes fluttered, and the north wind howled. Flowers bloom with wealth in the starry sky. The Silver Dragon King wore a look of shame and anger, her pair of purple eyes glaring angrily at Qian Xunji, that extremely shameless bastard. This despicable, shameless, and dirty-handed director of the anorectal department. The other party knew that the dragon scales had strong defense, so he specifically targeted the weak points of defense. Treating her like a brand to be beaten. But it was good now, they had finally run to the spacious battlefield of the starry sky. Silver Dragon King, I, a mage, am fighting in the vast starry sky, the advantage is mine. Qian Xunji, I, a late-stage patient with insufficient firepower phobia, like spacious battlefields without obstacles the most. The 8-directional goose-stepping Asura armor had magical arrays surrounding its entire body. Seeing this, the Silver Dragon King was greatly shocked and said, "You are not a close combat swordsman who uses a sword. I can't be bothered to explain to you. Take this shot of mine." Starlight burst. Qian Xunji stood on the right and fired first. The Silver Dragon King stood on the left, a bit slower by half a beat. Who is afraid of whom? Look at my elemental fusion annihilation cannon. While firing, Qian Xunji used mental force to command the sword, commanding the Asura demon sword to sneak attack the Silver Dragon King from behind. Not killing the Silver Dragon King for 1,000 years. Ah, despicable, shameless, and dirty bastard. Because the Silver Dragon King was sneak attacked from behind by the Asura demon sword, she was injured and bled, leading to insufficient divine force output. The elemental fusion annihilation cannon lacked subsequent momentum after clashing with Starlight Burst, and was pushed back. The Silver Dragon King was blasted flying by a cannon shot, crashing heavily onto a huge planet. This was a lifeless, desolate planet. Grudges wiped out with a single cannon shot. The Silver Dragon King did not die, but now she lay in a huge meteorite crater, becoming the scabbard of the Asura demon sword. Her pair of beautiful purple eyes stared fixedly at Qian Xunji, who stepped on a golden grand avenue with the posture of a victor. This naturally evil, despicable, shameless, and dirty-handed bastard. In a head-on battle, she, the Silver Dragon King, would never lose to this dog thing. But people's hearts are sinister. This dog thing either knew your close combat was weak and engaged in close quarters hand-to-hand combat with you, breaking armor, exposing flesh, and bleeding with every sword stroke. Or when bombarding from a distance and clashing beams, he would command the sword to sneak attack from behind. The Silver Dragon King tightly pressed her thin lips together, not saying a word. She was defeated, she had lost, but she refused to accept it. Right after birth, she ate a sword strike from the old Asura. Severely injured, she was beaten upright at her doorstep by the second-generation Asura. Generation after generation of Asura gods, every generation countered her. Hand over the divinity of creation, and I will spare your life. Qian Xunji stood high above, looking down at the Silver Dragon King. The words he spoke were cold, ruthless, and allowed no refusal. If he weren't afraid that the Silver Dragon King would suddenly earth-shatteringly self-destruct the divinity of creation, or that accidents would happen if he snatched it directly, the Silver Dragon King's physical body could still be used. He wouldn't bother talking to a fellow with a sick brain like the Silver Dragon King otherwise. A Silver Dragon King who does not speak, only hums and squeals, and is controlled, like an automatic puppet, is a good Silver Dragon King. In terms of handling her physical body, he would definitely refine the humanoid Silver Dragon King into the mechanical doll, Yaya, for use. Go, Silver Dragon King, use Ice and Fire Dual Heavens. Up, Silver Dragon King, use Jade Foot Rasengan. Silver Dragon King, stand up, Do not admit defeat, even if you have to stagger out holding the wall. Chapter 105 Threatening the Easy-to-Get Dragon. Second generation Asura god Qian Xunji, you talk a good game. Silver Dragon King sneered, a wild expression showing on her pretty face. Don't think I don't know, you're just planning to kill me after I hand over the complete Genesis Godhead. Your little tricks are too naive, you couldn't even fool a child. Qian Xunji raised his hand to interrupt Silver Dragon King's speech, making a promise. This seat can swear to the universe law that if I violate the oath and kill you after obtaining the Genesis Godhead, I will be instantly obliterated, my body and Tao will perish, and my soul flying away and spirit scattering. Silver Dragon King, this epic-making fellow, could play herself to death all on her own. There was simply no need for him to make a move and waste energy killing the opponent. Aquarius was very lazy. Under conditions without life threats, he was too lazy to lift a finger, too lazy to kill people, too lazy to bother with you, too lazy to see you, and even too lazy to reply to your messages. Silver Dragon King, this epic-making existence. Staying alive could still bring him joy. It could also serve as ingredient material. Dragon meat in the heavens, donkey meat on earth. Who knows how fresh Silver Dragon King rib meat tastes, or if it is delicious. Is iron griddled better, or roasted? How about adding some chili peppers and stir-frying Silver Dragon King meat slices? Poached silver dragonfish, pickled cabbage silver dragonfish, roasted silver dragonfish. Just thinking about it made it feel like the taste might be quite good. If Silver Dragon King's meat was delicious, he wouldn't be lazy anymore. He would definitely have to go to the kitchen and make something delicious. I don't believe you, unless you swear right now. Silver Dragon King looked up at Qian Xunji and said coldly. She would never believe a despicable, shameless bastard with dirty and base methods like Qian Xunji. She, the dignified, Silver Dragon King, was pure and flawless. As a result, after a single battle, her dragon face was completely lost, and her body was mutilated and broken. Silver Dragon King, woo-woo, I can't get married anymore. You don't believe me, and this seat doesn't believe you either. The prettier a woman is, the more she will lie. Silver Dragon King, since you transformed into human form and look so pretty, you must have deceived quite a few people. As Qian Xunji spoke, he pulled out the last remaining bloodline deprivation card in his inventory. It was originally intended to be saved for the rebirth Tang San to use. But now, because Rakshasa God made a move, Tang San's parents were both from the Clear Sky Tang clan, and their spirit was the Clear Sky Hammer. Just thinking about it, Tang San could forget about awakening twin spirits in this lifetime. Unless he used cheats. What are you holding in your hand? Silver Dragon King felt the dragon god bloodline on her body trembling and cried out in panic. Her pair of purple eyes stared fixedly at the card in Qian Xunji's hand. That gaze seemed as if it wanted to stare the evil bad guy in front of her until he exploded. Do you want the dragon god bloodline, or do you want the Genesis Godhead? Qian Xunji's tone was indifferent, yet it dealt a fatal blow to Silver Dragon King. Of course, you can also choose to self-detonate. By then, the dragon god cannot return, and the dragon clan will completely lose all hope of revival. And you will also lose the possibility of taking revenge on me. Qian Xunji extended his hand and said, "Swish. Make your choice, Silver Dragon King. Do you choose to lose the dragon god bloodline and then die by self-detonation? Or choose to die directly by self-detonation? Surrender the Genesis Godhead and continue to live a cowardly existence in this world." Silver Dragon King felt powerless and closed her eyes. She knew Qian Xunji was not joking with her. The dragon god bloodline was trembling, terrified of that magical card in the opponent's hand. As long as Qian Xunji was willing, he could truly strip the dragon god bloodline away from her body. She, the Silver Dragon King, could not lose the dragon god bloodline, just as the West could not lose Jerusalem. But the Genesis Godhead was also the core origin of Silver Dragon King's power. Losing the Genesis Godhead, her strength would surely plummet, dropping from a level 1 god down to a level 2 god, or even a level 3 god. No, I can still take the path of transformation and recultivation. Transform into a human, utilize the human advantage of rapidly increasing cultivation base, and cultivate hard. Strive to cultivate into a god in 30 years, and restore to the level 1 god realm in 100 years. Only by staying alive can there be hope. Let's just consider the Genesis godhead temporarily deposited in the hands of that bastard Qian Xunji. Another day when I recreate the dragon god, I will definitely repay today's humiliation tenfold. After a period of thought and struggle in her heart, Silver Dragon King made her decision. She wanted to live, even if it meant living in humiliation. Then both sides raised their hands and swore to the universe law. Qian Xunji obtained the Genesis godhead. Silver Dragon King's bloodline and little life were preserved. With the Genesis godhead in hand, inside his helmet, Qian Xunji's mouth corners turned up like a fully firing AK, completely unable to be pressed down. However, the moment he thought about how Silver Dragon King had just scolded him, his expression instantly changed. Ms. Silver Dragon King, now we should talk about the matter of you scolding me earlier, causing severe damage to my young, tender heart. Feeling the burning gaze directly cast by Qian Xunji, the silver dragon crossed her arms over her chest, pressed her legs tightly together, and spoke with shame and anger. What are you trying to do? A miscalculation. She couldn't beat Qian Xunji to begin with, and now that she had lost the Genesis godhead, the power within her body had already begun to drain away. Although the speed was not fast, it couldn't be stopped. Had she known earlier when swearing to the universe law, she should have added a few more requirements. Now her life was saved, but her innocence was hard to guarantee. Qian Xunji, this despicable, shameless second-generation Asura god with dirty and base methods, was definitely lusting after her body, wanting to forcefully possess her and make her cry aggrievedly. Even making her pregnant with a child, giving birth to human dragon hybrid small fry. Silver Dragon King, even if I self-detonate and drag Qian Xunji down with me to the grave, I will absolutely not let him succeed. Seeing this, Qian Xunji's mouth twitched. This Silver Dragon King had something wrong with her brain. He was the Asura god Qian Xunji, not the Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji, and even less the Chamber Douluo Qian Xunji. To actually suspect that he, a lone king, would be like those lecherous fellows controlled by their lower halves, unable to walk upon seeing a beauty. Treating him like a sexually repressed little virgin. This was simply questioning his character. He, Qian Xunji, was a transmigration traveler from the blue star Aquarius in the year 2026. How could he possibly develop feelings for carbon-based female humanoid creatures? Even if it was because the other party looked too pretty, making him fall in love at first sight and lusting after her body. An Aquarius could fall in love with someone, but could also suppress that love and treat the other person as a stranger. Ms. Silver Dragon King, are you misunderstanding something? What I want is compensation, not flesh compensation. Do you know that when it comes to flesh compensation, the one who suffers a loss is the male? Even if it's flesh compensation, I would be the one paying you with my flesh. I take the loss, I do the work, I lose the essence of life, while you are the one enjoying the pleasure. You bastard, you shameless. Silver Dragon King's psychological defense was completely breached, her emotions lost control, and she began to curse wildly. Qian Xunji was a dog thing that wasn't human and didn't act like a god. What kind of skewed logic was he speaking? What do you mean by flesh compensation? Even then, male creatures suffer a loss. And what do you mean by, I only need to enjoy the pleasure while he has to work, suffer losses, and lose his life essence? This dog thing was simply bullying her because she was defeated in battle. Now he wanted to ruthlessly plunder the spoils of war. Qian thief, treacherous thief, wicked thief. Naturally evil little brat of the Qian family, second-generation Asura god. With this look of yours, you Asura god lineage truly deserve it. Both generations of Asura gods are lifelong bachelors generation after generation. Damned old Asura, of all people to find as a successor, why find this dog thing Qian Xunji as a successor, and even pass down the Asura god position? Silver Dragon King, Asura god, I curse you to die a horrible death. Chapter 106, Robbing a Freebie Dragon. What kind of compensation do you want? The Silver Dragon King asked powerlessly. Her heart was exhausted. Let everything be destroyed. Finish the compensation early and send that bastard Qian Xunji away sooner. Out of sight, out of mind. She was afraid that staying together with this despicable, shameless, and dirty-handed bastard Qian Xunji would anger her to death. This bastard, just after complimenting her on being pretty, slashed at her with a sword, and even used an ultimate move. Damn it. She originally thought he was a close combat swordsman, but she didn't expect him to be a long-range turret mage, playing with sword control so smoothly. Clearly wearing full body armor. Deceiving a dragon. She thought she was about to lose her purity, but he said to her, "Even if it is body compensation, I am the one compensating you with my body. I take the loss, I do the work, and I lose my life essence. While you are the one enjoying the pleasure." Having lived for so long, she had never seen such a bizarre male creature as Qian Xunji. And he didn't even care about women's beauty. The Silver Dragon King narrowed her purple eyes looking at Qian Xunji, guessing in her heart, could this guy actually like men? Qian Xunji, who was thinking about what to demand from the Silver Dragon King as compensation, noticed her strange look. He frowned, always feeling that this startling the world dragon before him was thinking bad things in her head. Qian Xunji took out a video spirit tool and began recording to leave evidence. "I want the Imperial Auspicious Beast." "Take it." The Silver Dragon King agreed, without the slightest hesitation. Wasn't it just an Imperial Auspicious Beast that had just broken out of its shell? If he wanted it, she would give it to him. It wasn't like he wanted the divine artifacts, the Golden Dragon Spear and the Silver Dragon Spear. "I want the scapegoat." DTN. Qian Xunji continued to demand. "Compensation. Take it." The Silver Dragon King still agreed without hesitation. DTN had followed her for many years, was her capable subordinate, and was also a pure-blood dragon clan, a descendant of the Dragon King bloodline. If it were any other time, she would never give him up easily. But the loser was merely fish on a chopping board with no room for bargaining. "I want ZG. Take her, take her." The Silver Dragon King was used to Qian Xunji's lion's share demands. DTN and ZG, he intended to snatch the last two pure-blood true dragons in the world from her hands. This was cutting off the dragon clan's last hope of reproduction and expanding its population. Ruthless, this second-generation Asura god Qian Xunji was too ruthless. This was driving the dragon clan to extinction. Silver Dragon King, Golden Dragon King, I am the dragon god, the god of the dragon clan. I want the Wan Yaowang. Take him, take him. The Silver Dragon King still agreed in seconds. What did this fellow Qian Xunji want the Wan Yaowang, the king of demon eye magic trees, for? Demanding the Imperial Auspicious Beast, DTN, and ZG, she could understand. "I want the Dragon Clan's sacrificial and transformation arts." "What do you want that stuff for?" The Silver Dragon King was very surprised that Qian Xunji actually wanted the sacrificial and transformation arts. That stuff was something any 100,000-year spirit beast knew, all right. He still needed to demand such things from her. The Silver Dragon King had a feeling of being looked down upon and underestimated. "I want half of your mental force origin. Are you robbing me?" The Silver Dragon King's anger materialized into voice. Asking for half of her mental force origin, what difference was this from killing her and snatching her spirit rings and spirit bones? Greedy humans truly were creatures with infinite desires. "You guessed right, I am indeed robbing you. Who told me to win? As the victor, isn't it completely normal for me to plunder the wealth of the defeated? Qian Xunji, you will suffer retribution for your greed." The Silver Dragon King cursed. "Humans and spirit beasts are mortal enemies to begin with. I am a divinity of humans, and you are a divinity of spirit beasts. Me winning against you is just like human spirit masters hunting spirit beasts to seize spirit rings and spirit bones. If you had won against me, it would be just like spirit beasts launching beast tides and feeding on humans. Fundamentally, there is no difference." Qian Xunji explained. The Silver Dragon King compromised, but put forward a request. "First pull out the Asura demon sword stuck in my body." The Silver Dragon King was the best scabbard for the Asura demon sword. The Asura demon sword was inserted where it should be inserted, and it was inserted deeply. Qian Xunji reached out to grip the hilt and pulled the sword out. Blood gushed from the Silver Dragon King's wound, and Qian Xunji collected the dragon blood and dragon meat. During the process of the sword being pulled out of her body, a sound came from the Silver Dragon King's mouth. Their foreheads pressed against each other, transferring the mental force origin. For Qian Xunji, obtaining half of the Silver Dragon King's mental force origin could help him elevate his mental force to the God King realm. Once his mental force reached the God King realm, he could undergo reincarnation and recultivate while retaining his memories. Although the Asura God seat was good, it also had limitations. Although one could cultivate to the peak of the God King realm, whether one could cultivate to the Supreme God King realm was uncertain. He remembered that the highest realm in the Douluo setting was the creation god. If possible, Qian Xunji also wanted to climb to the peak of the mountain. Bastard, bastard, you're bullying a dragon too much. She, the Silver Dragon King, had never suffered such great grievance since she grew up and lived for so long. Before leaving, he even used the excuse of helping her strip away the Asura divine force to take advantage of her breasts. Kneading, pinching, and squeezing. He really treated her, the Silver Dragon King, like a milk dragon to play with. You just wait for me, I will definitely get my revenge and take back everything I lost. Watching Qian Xunji's gradually receding back, the Silver Dragon King clenched her fists and gnashed her teeth. She stood up, transformed back into her original dragon form, and then flew toward the direction of the Douluo plain. Douluo plain. After the two big daddies finished fighting and returned one after another, the Douluo plain consciousness acted as if it hadn't seen anything. Under the cover of night. Just as the Silver Dragon King returned to the sky above the Star Do Great Forest and swept her divine thought across it, she discovered that Dtian and the other spirit beasts named by Qian Xunji had all completely disappeared. Baiji and Shang Jun had also disappeared. Damn it, this fellow acts way too fast. The Silver Dragon King muttered inwardly. Helplessly, she could only use her mental force to control the sacred dragon sect Master Tuobashi, a spirit Douluo, making him her slave. Master. Tuobashi dropped to one knee, extremely respectful. The Silver Dragon King wore no expression and said nothing. A human with a sub-dragon spirit who wasn't even a titled Douluo. To her, he was merely a temporary servant. Silver Dragon King. Right now I just want to transform into a human, recultivate from scratch, cultivate to the God King realm, and then take revenge on Qian Xunji, that bastard who bullies dragons. I want to beat him until he kneels down and calls me mommy. I want him to kiss the back of my feet, offer his loyalty, and be my male servant. I want Qian Xunji to serve me tea and water every day. I want to whip him, beat him, scold him, and ride him like an ox every day. I want the Silver Dragon King on top and Qian Xunji underneath. One person went into seclusion to refine the mental force origin. One dragon was in seclusion transforming into a human. Only the Rakshasa god worked diligently and constantly stirred up trouble. Balak Kingdom, outside Soto City, Shrek Academy. In the Void Realm. Sitting sideways on the Rakshasa demonic scythe, the Rakshasa god was eating mint-flavored potato chips and drinking smashed fresh orange juice. Overlooking from high above, he took in the entire Shrek Academy at a glance. He was very dissatisfied with the current BB Dong. It was one thing not taking the Rakshasa god trials seriously, but she also didn't go to cultivate and enhance her strength. All day long, she only knew how to fight with lure long for Gengzi inside Shrek Academy. These three heaven-defying fellows were all achievers of the so-called, written by 10,000 people, achievement. Their bodies were already unclean and filthy. If BB Dong had even a tenth of Qian Xunji's attitude toward the Asura god trials, her true body wouldn't have made up the determination to cast a wide net. Chewing on potato chips, the Rakshasa god thought of this happy matter. Back then, when Qian Xunji obtained the Asura god trial, his actions were simply terrifying, rolling up the competition crazily. It practically dropped the jaws of a group of ordinarily idle divinities in the god realm at that time. He was either undergoing a god trial or preparing for one. Truly a generation scroll king. Then, the deities of the god realm who had watched Qian Xunji's god trial process all began to select successors with upright attitudes and diligent efforts when searching for successors. After all, a scroll king with high talent, diligence, and effort passed through god trials at an extremely fast speed. Look at the efficiency and tireless drive when Qian Xunji killed 900,000 year spirit beasts and judged 10,000 criminals back then. Comparing people to people could anger someone to death. That heaven-defying thing Bibi Dong actually had the leisure to go date during her god trials. That trash Gengzi actually dared to secretly curse the Rakshasa for being blind, choosing an ungrateful wolf like Bibi Dong as a successor when he learned she obtained the Rakshasa god trials. I can't tolerate this a single bit. A cold gleam flashed in the Rakshasa god's eyes. He pulled out a small bottle containing mother-child river water. Chapter 107. Gengzi, giving birth to one's own daughter. Gengzi's belly grew bigger day by day. Bibi Dong, who loved Gengzi deeply, was worried that her beloved Xiaoging had contracted some strange illness, so she hurriedly forced the best physician in Soto City to come. At first glance, the physician thought nothing of it, but upon closer inspection, he was startled. In all his years of practicing medicine, it was his first time seeing such symptoms on a man. It could truly be described as a small knife cutting through buttocks. It opened his eyes wide to a brand new world. You say I am pregnant. How can this be possible? Gengzi could accept that he had contracted a terminal illness, but for a moment, he could not accept that he was pregnant. How could a fine, healthy man like him suddenly get pregnant? It couldn't possibly be that he, Yu Xiaoging, turned into Gengzi and then evolved into little Gengzi. That still didn't make sense. He only lost his little brother, he didn't experience reverse growth to sprout a little sister. Even if he did experience reverse growth and sprouted a little sister, he didn't have any reproductive organs. Believe it or not, this is the fact. The physician raised his middle finger, adjusted his glasses, and said with utmost seriousness. Since you do not have a birth canal, if this child wants to be born normally into this world, a cesarean section must be performed. Controlled by the Rakshasa god, the physician uttered medical terms that should not have appeared in this era. One more thing, this child is about to be born soon, please prepare yourself mentally. What do you mean by saying the child is about to be born? Gengzi's head was buzzing. Doesn't giving birth require a pregnancy of 10 months? It had only been a few days since his belly started swelling and becoming uncomfortable. How could he be giving birth already? Deep down, Gengzi had the feeling that someone had set him up. But who on earth possessed such capability? Not only could they make him pregnant, but the speed at which the child formed inside his belly was also astonishingly fast. Could it be that that divinity pitied me, knowing that I lost my fertility, and specially bestowed a descendant upon me? Ordinary yet confident Gengzi thought to himself. If it was a divinely bestowed descendant. At this thought, Gengzi swallowed hard, his throat bobbing, and then he breathed heavily with excitement like an ox, spitting out 2 streams of white mist from his nose. After accepting the reality of his pregnancy, Gengzi stroked his own belly, and a light of maternal love appeared in his eyes. Inside the wooden house, learning that Gengzi was pregnant, Bibi Dong's originally nervous expression vanished, replaced by wild joy. She had long since lost her fertility. Unless she became a god in this lifetime and reshaped her and Gengzi's physical body, it would be utterly impossible for the two of them to have children. Now it was great, Gengzi was pregnant, and the child would be born very soon. Bibi Dong made up her mind that regardless of whether Gengzi gave birth to a boy or a girl in this pregnancy, she would treat this child as her own biological child and take care of it. With watery sheen in her eyes, Bibi Dong affectionately pulled the petite Gengzi into her arms. Xiaoging, you've worked hard. In a place where Bibi Dong could not see, Gengzi's eyes revealed 3 parts disdain, 3 parts disgust, and 10 parts hatred. If it weren't for Qian Xunji sealing Luer Long's spirit and spirit power, preventing their golden triangle from unleashing their spirit fusion ability, he would never compromise and pretend not to know about his parents being tortured and killed by Bibi Dong. In order not to expose himself, he even specifically instructed Luer Long not to talk nonsense. Such a fishy stench, absolutely disgusting. Gengzi thought with extreme disdain in his heart. Even though he and Bibi Dong were both filthy and reeked of fishy stenches, he still despised and loathed Bibi Dong all the same. After all, he was forced, whereas Bibi Dong was completely voluntary and proactive. Time flew by. The time arrived for Gengzi's day of delivery. Still no anesthesia. The Rakshasa god personally took action, controlling the physician to perform a cesarean section on Gengzi. In order to let Gengzi experience a longer period of pain, the Rakshasa god deliberately dawdled. Ah, 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 went Gengzi's miserable screams. From morning till midnight, the Rakshasa god tirelessly did bad things, never feeling fatigued. It's a pity that Your Excellency Qian Xunji went into seclusion, otherwise I could invite him to eat melon and watch a good show together, and even mooch snacks, sodas, and other treats. The Rakshasa god felt it was a pity. Because she didn't get to eat any treats, the Rakshasa god was in a bad mood. Then Gengzi had it even worse. The child, going in and coming back out. Gengzi, fainting from the pain repeatedly. After experiencing a 24-hour cesarean section, his face finally lost all color, becoming on the verge of death. Gengzi did not die, he was currently receiving the healing spirit ability from a healing spirit master. The Rakshasa god left with satisfaction, heading back to have a meal. 3 days later, Gengzi was finally rescued and woke up. Xiaoging, you're finally awake. I thought you were going to leave me. Bibi Dong was streaming with tears, her hands tightly grasping Gengzi's right hand. Lu Erlong tightly grasped Gengzi's left hand with both hands, refusing to show any weakness. Xiaoging, our daughter is very cute. Xiaoging, let's make this clear first, I won't be an elder uncle, I'll only be a godfather. Flender stood at the end of the bed and said with a smile. A daughter. Gengzi thought to himself. That was also pretty good. Gengzi quickly accepted the fact that the child he gave birth to was a daughter, although he would have preferred a boy. But for someone like him who had long lost his fertility, being able to obtain a divinely bestowed child was already something to be content with. Let's name her Long Yeyu. Using dragon as her surname, I hope she can awaken a dragon spirit in the future. Whether the child could awaken a blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit or not, Gengzi no longer cared. The blue lightning tyrant dragon sect without his parents was not his home. But she must not awaken a Luo San Pao like he did. As for the given name Yeyu, I hope she can stand at the apex of the Spirit Master's world in the future, just like the bright moon hanging high in the night. Hearing this, Bibi Dong clapped in praise. Long Yeyu, what a good name. Lu Erlong did not speak, but she felt deeply pleased inside. Using dragon as her daughter's surname was wonderful. She was a dragon, and her daughter was also a dragon. From now on, they would be the dragon mother and dragon maiden. She was Gengzi's wife after all, and the two of them had held a wedding ceremony, unlike Bibi Dong, that mother spider who wanted to stray and steal a bite every day. Baby Yeyu, this is the longevity lock your godfather gives you. Flender took out a gift he had spent a fortune to craft. It was a rare instance of him being generous. After all, he had also lost his fertility. If possible, he also wanted to have a divinely bestowed child like Gengzi's to continue his own bloodline. Inside the room, everyone was very happy. Only Juliana lowered her head, feeling as though she had been abandoned by the entire world. Over these past 3 days, Juliana had seen clearly what kind of attitude Bibi Dong held towards Long Yeyu. Even in her past life, she had never been cared for with such meticulous attention. Not a biological mother, yet closer than a biological mother. Bibi Dong wished she could stay by Long Yeyu's side 24 hours a day to take care of her. Whenever she was hungry, she would find a wet nurse to feed her milk. As soon as there was any excreta, it was dealt with immediately. Holding her in her arms, rocking her back and forth, and even telling stories to coax her to sleep. Piece by piece, item by item, she was just like a truly virtuous wife and loving mother. If Qian Runshui were to see this scene, she would definitely lose control of her emotions. Juliana muttered inwardly. She never expected that one day, she would understand Qian Runshui's feelings. Nor did she know if Qian Runshui had been reborn into this world just like her and Bibi Dong. As for Tang San, she hoped he hadn't been reborn. Flowers bloom in wealth and honor in Daming. 3-in-1 Sun-Moon continent, Daming capital. Ever since Rakshasa Shui was brought here by the Rakshasa god to seek refuge last time, she had not left. Big Sister Ice Empress, when I inherit the Rakshasa god position in the future, will you sacrifice yourself to me and become the artifact spirit of a divine artifact after I become a god? Sensible and precocious Rakshasa Shui planned out her future early on. Big Sister Ice Empress and Snow Empress, who worked here at her elder brother's place, were both vicious beasts whose age exceeded 200,000 years. Such vicious beast sacrifices could grant an external spirit bone. Like her elder brother's Asura god's pupil, a divine artifact that could work by itself, she wanted one too. Chapter 108, Ice Emperor, Woo-woo, my opportunity to become a god. Good, good, good. The Ice Emperor nodded in agreement, saying, good, 3 times in a row. As a hard-working scorpion with ambitions, the Ice Emperor also wanted to become a divine artifact spirit just like that arrogant evil emperor. As for the matter of spirit beasts being unable to become gods alone, all of them, the hard-working beasts who joined later, had heard about it from Big Sister Demon Queen. Right now, there was a divinity's successor in front of her who was favored by a divinity and could initiate divine trials as soon as she turned 20 years old. What was more, she was such a tender, exquisitely carved, super cute little girl. Dressed in a blue and white striped female clerk uniform, the Ice Emperor pulled Rakshasa Shui into her arms with a bright smile, rubbing her own pretty face against the other girl's pretty face. Rubbing and rubbing away. You are not suitable to serve as the spirit ring of the Rakshasa demon armor. The Rakshasa god, who had returned from Douluo continent to eat, poured a bucket of cold water on the ecstatic Ice Emperor, who was fantasizing about a wonderful life, the moment it returned. It felt immensely gratified that Rakshasa Shui had taken the initiative to seek out an opportunity for herself. But the chosen object was not good enough, nor was it compatible enough with Rakshasa. No matter what, I, the Ice Emperor, am a majestic spirit beast overlord with 390,000 years of cultivation. How am I not suitable? The Ice Emperor grew anxious. If she wasn't allowed to sacrifice herself, how could she become a divine artifact spirit in the future? Cutting off a spirit beast's opportunity to become a god was akin to murdering a spirit beast to seize its spirit ring and spirit bone. If not for the fact that she couldn't beat the Rakshasa god in front of her. Ice Emperor, my large pincers and scorpion tail stinger are not completely ineffective either. Leaving cultivation aside, in terms of bonuses to strength and attack power, you are inferior to the golden-haired lion mastiff. In terms of defense bonuses, you are inferior to the golden crocodile and golden tortoise. In terms of mental force bonuses and the high-quality spirit abilities provided, you are inferior to the Evil Eye, Demon Eye Tree, Mermaid, Terror Demon Dragon, and Illusion Serpent. You also don't have the devouring abilities of the man-faced Demon Spider, Starfish, and Deep-Sea Demon Whale. Nor do you have the Evil Slaughter attribute of the Demonic Orca. You don't have the Silver Wolf's multi-element plus mental attribute either. Your Ice Jade Scorpion clan only has an ice attribute and a relatively hard shell. There's also our racial talent, the Ice Explosion technique. The Ice Emperor added with little confidence. This Rakshasa god was bullying a hard-working scorpion too much. Truly meddlesome, did I eat your family's ice silkworm? Clearly she was even willing to sacrifice herself. Ice Emperor, clearly Rakshasa Shui and I are in mutual affection, she invited me, and I would become a part of her body. We good sisters would stay together, becoming gods together, she is a divinity, and I is a divine artifact. Woo-woo, why tear apart this Yuri romance? Inside the hall. Seeing this, the Snow Empress, dressed in a blue and white ultra-short skirt and white silk suspender-made outfit, reached out to support her forehead and shook her head. The Ice Emperor is beyond saving, she muttered inwardly. The Rakshasa god snatched Rakshasa Shui back from the Ice Emperor's arms, casting a disgusted glance at this Yuri hard-working scorpion. Its precious daughter must not be led astray. It could accept Rakshasa Shui becoming a brother Khan, single-mindedly wanting to be a rebellious younger sister who bullied her brother. But it could absolutely not accept its good daughter turning into a lily flower. Shui Shui, if you want to hook up with spirit beasts and have them sacrifice themselves to you. You should look for the demon queen and Lan Fozi of the deep-sea demon whale clan. Those are the existences most suitable for the Rakshasa demon armor. Those two newly arrived breeding dragons are also not bad, and they are likewise very compatible with the Rakshasa demon armor. Remember, Rakshasa is the god of slaughter and evil intent. Your mental force must be trained to be extremely strong so you can control the evil intent of the world rather than be controlled by it. That demon eye tree with over 500,000 years of cultivation is quite good. You should build good relationships with those high-age vicious beasts in the Evil Eye clan and let them sacrifice themselves to you to drop an Evil Eye tyrant external spirit bone. That is truly good stuff. That newly arrived dark golden big bear can also drop an external spirit bone, so you can strive for it. Wait until the dark gold 3-headed bat king and the blood-winged 9-headed bat have a few more children, their cultivation improves, and they cross the heavenly tribulation to become vicious beasts, then you can find them to sacrifice to you. The Rakshasa god spoke eloquently. Within Rakshasa Shui's mental sea of consciousness, the heart of the angel god, Qian Xunji, was far from calm. In her past life, before she became a god, she didn't even have a single 100,000-year-old spirit ring. Now, Rakshasa Shui's starting point was a 100,000-year-old spirit ring. She could even pick and choose vicious beast spirit rings. If you don't want the 390,000-year Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion to sacrifice herself into a spirit ring and spirit bone, give her to me. I'm not picky, I want vicious beast spirit rings, spirit bones, and external spirit bones alike. The angel god Qian Xunji thought very well of it, but reality was cruel. She had no body of her own, could not cultivate to become stronger, and had no chance to gain freedom. Living days like this was even worse than accepting Bibi Dong's proposal in her past life to go to the Heaven Do Empire to act as an undercover agent. She suspected that Bibi Dong, who fell in love with Gengzi in this world, was a rebirth person just like herself. Otherwise, how could one explain why Bibi Dong fell madly in love with Gengzi even before he came to Spirit City? One must know that Gengzi in this world was a noble bus named Rose. Such a rose, ruined by nobles, could actually be kept like a precious treasure in a villa by her. It was definitely the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong, no doubt about it. Running away, as soon as mealtime arrived, Qian Yinger ran away from the training grounds and stopped practicing her swordsmanship. As soon as she arrived at the dining hall, she heard the Rakshasa god and sister Rakshasa Shui discussing which spirit ring dropped by a spirit beast was good. Spirit rings and spirit bones, are those things important? Qian Yinger asked in confusion. Her gaze was clear, and the question she asked was extremely foolish in the eyes of the humans, gods, and beasts present. After all, she was raised by that transmigration person, Qian Xunji. The education and knowledge she received had a huge gap compared to the indigenous people of Douluo. The things she learned were also high-tier goods obtained by Qian Xunji through monthly check-ins. As for things like the mysterious heaven skill and the evil warding sword technique, she couldn't even be bothered to look at them. Mingyu Kung Fu was the good cultivation technique that a girl should practice. As long as Mingyu Kung Fu was practiced well, one could maintain eternal youth, and upon reaching the highest realm, even restore youth, staying young and cute forever. All women in the world should cultivate Mingyu Kung Fu. Qian Yinger, unfortunately, Onisama does not allow it to be passed on. You don't have a spirit ring on your body, nor do you have a spirit bone, the Rakshasa god said after a careful look, furrowing its brows. Not even giving spirit rings and spirit bones. Is this how Qian Xunji cultivates the angel god successor? It felt very puzzled inside, and looked her up and down carefully again. Where did this humanoid vicious beast come from, and what on earth is that powerful force inside her? The Rakshasa god stated that it had never seen internal energy before. Are those external objects important? Qian Yinger tilted her head, filled with doubt. If you want to become a true powerhouse, then they are not important. Qian Xunji stepped out with upright and majestic strides. After becoming a god, apart from a small number of spirit ring and spirit bone abilities, the vast majority of spirit ring and spirit bone abilities play no role in combat. You just need to well cultivate Mingyu Kung Fu, and you won't need to worry about the rules of the Douluo plane. Qian Xunji patted Qian Yinger's head, his tone gentle. Perhaps it was prejudice, or perhaps it was discrimination. Anyway, Qian Xunji did not like the spirit master cultivation system on Douluo continent. In his eyes, this cultivation system was comparable to a combination of the caste system and Viking pirate plunder. A modern metropolis combining technology and martial artists was perhaps the future development path of the Douluo plane. Chapter 109, I'll dump you, Qian Runshui. After finishing his secluded cultivation and refining half of the mental force origin he had extorted from the Silver Dragon King, Qian Xunji's mental force successfully reached the God King realm. With God King level mental force, he now possessed the same ability God King Tang used to manipulate Tang Wutong's soul. Qian Xunji turned his gaze toward Rakshasa Shui, who was currently busy eating her meal. He could finally safely extract that idiotic, wasteful, heaven-defying girl Qian Runshui from Rakshasa Shui's body. Allowing the consciousness of such an old maid to remain in Rakshasa Shui's sea of consciousness would only pollute the cute and well-behaved little loli. It was practically polluting a flower of the motherland. If Qian Xunji hadn't known about it, that would be one thing. But since he did, his heart wouldn't be at peace until he dealt with Qian Runshui. Qian Xunji pulled Xiao Wu's broken, warm physical body out of the system space. Restore your body, 100,000-year rogue rabbit. The body was repaired, it had breath and a heartbeat, but it was soulless, like a vegetable rabbit. It might hurt a bit, just bear with it. I'm going to help you get rid of that dirty thing in your head. After the meal, Qian Xunji took out a lollipop and stuffed it into Rakshasa Shui's mouth. Like a kind, handsome guy. Really? Rakshasa Shui's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That old auntie with the mental problems in her head could finally leave. Today was truly a good day. Using his God King level mental force, Qian Xunji reached out and grabbed the angel god Qian Runshui, who had been a parasite in Rakshasa Shui's sea of consciousness, pulling her out in one go. The former fainted from the pain and was carried back to her room to sleep by the Rakshasa god. As for the latter, father. As soon as Qian Runshui came out, she saw her father and called out to him. But Qian Xunji's eyes held only indifference and disgust. That single word, father, from Qian Runshui disgusted him to the core. It prompted Qian Xunji to strike directly, knocking her unconscious. Good thing I haven't eaten yet, otherwise I would have wasted food, Qian Xunji grumbled in his heart. Then, he violently stuffed Qian Runshui's soul into Xiao Wu's body. He performed a seal technique, firmly binding Qian Runshui's soul to Xiao Wu's flesh. Mr. Evil Emperor, Qian Xunji called out to his big eyeball. I'm here, boss. What are your orders? The evil emperor asked as soon as he arrived. The voice came from the divine artifact, the Asura god's pupil. Control this 100,000-year soft bones rabbit named Xiao Wu and have her transform. Qian Xunji took out a portrait of Xiao Wu from Bibi Dong's memories and requested the face be sculpted according to it. Didn't Qian Runshui always like Tang San, always try to win him over, and couldn't bear to kill him? She even envied the love story between Tang San and Xiao Wu. The opportunity is being given to you, it's up to you to see if you're useful enough to grasp it. Xiao Wu, a mere accessory girl, wasn't worthy of Tang San. Only a heaven-defying girl is a proper match for God King Tang. Tell the demon whale king for me to forge more heaven-forged metals. After giving his instructions, Qian Xunji used a gloved hand to pick up the now fully transformed and naked Xiao Wushui. Xiao Wushui was a monstrosity formed by the fusion of Xiao Wu's body and Qian Runshui's soul. With one step, he arrived at the Douluo continent. In a nameless rural village, he found Aru. Aru, Xiao Wu's mother, a transformed spirit beast. 100,000-year transformed mother rabbit who had fallen in love with a human man. Who are you? Aru asked, her eyes wide with shock. The silver-haired, red-eyed human hunk before her didn't have any spirit power fluctuations. But her biological instincts were telling her that the handsome human in front of her was extremely dangerous. This is your daughter, the 100,000-year soft bones rabbit, Xiao Wu. Qian Xunji placed Xiao Wushui on the table, gave a brief explanation, and then vanished from the wooden hut. Delivering Xiao Wushui into Aru's hands was already his final act of mercy. Mainly, he just wanted to watch the fun. Inside the wooden hut, Aru let out a long breath of turbid air. That was terrifying. She patted her chest, still frightened. Fortunately, that powerful being didn't have any malicious intent. Otherwise, she would have been turned into a spirit ring and spirit bone. After calming her heart, Aru's gaze fell upon Xiao Wushui on the table. She felt a headache coming on. What was this stupid daughter of hers thinking? Why did she have to transform into a human? Flowers Bloom in Prosperity was at the Human Soul Master Academy. True to its name, Human Soul Master Academy was a benefit to the People Academy, enrolling spirit masters from commoner backgrounds. The academy was located within the borders of the Xingyao Duchy, with the Great Ocean to the east and the Star Do Great Forest to the west. Inside the dean's office, Lord God Lord, seeing the visitor, the academy dean, Master Su Yuntao, respectfully cupped his hands and bowed. No need to be so formal. I've just come to take a look since I had some free time. Just go about your business. Qian Xunji said. He was just passing through and decided to see how the academy was doing. His divine thought swept through the area. Although the newly built academy was large and had all the necessary facilities like mimicked cultivation grounds and gravity towers, there weren't many students. It was understandable. The Douluo natives with their rigid mindsets and feudal thoughts were more willing to trust established spirit master academies. It was normal. Qian Xunji didn't care. It was all about being voluntary. As long as a child met the enrollment criteria and wanted to join, they would be accepted. Tuition, books, fees, and uniforms were all free. The benefits were posted right at the main gate, and people had been sent to spread the word verbally. Everything that could be done had been done. They could come or not. Some fools don't believe in sincerity but prefer to believe in scams. When the time comes, they'll probably be the white-haired burying the black-haired. Qian Xunji. Respect others' choices, accept others' fates. If there's fun to be had, then enjoy it and have a laugh. Long time no see, handsome big brother. Qian Xunji looked toward the voice and saw an acquaintance. Long time no see, Yu Ruowan. Are you working here as a teacher? Seeing her wearing a teacher's uniform with a black exterior and white interior, he asked curiously. I heard from my second granduncle Yu Luomian that this academy was established by your people, handsome big brother, so I left the sect to come here and be a teacher. Yu Ruowan spoke with a smile. The little fangirl of the past had completely grown up into a big fangirl. Qian Xunji asked, how does it feel? It's a very good academy. Whether it's the complete facilities or the educational content, the mysterious heaven skill is truly a fantastic cultivation technique. Of course, the best parts are the single occupancy dorms and the abundance of clean, tidy toilets. And the policy of hiring cleaners to maintain the school's hygiene. Anyone who didn't know better would think this was an aristocratic academy. The only bad thing is that there are too few students. Yu Ruowan felt that it was far too quiet for such a great academy to have only a few dozen students. The dorm environment was clearly great, and the food was delicious and free. She really didn't understand why, with so many benefits, only the poorest commoners who couldn't afford living expenses would choose to enroll. Accompanied by Yu Ruowan, Qian Xunji walked along the stone-paved paths of the academy, experiencing the campus atmosphere up close. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman quickly attracted the gaze of the students training their physical fitness on the field. Who is that handsome guy standing with Teacher Yu? A young female student's eyes were sparkling. They had seen plenty of handsome guys, like the young and handsome academy dean Su Yuntao. But it was their first time seeing someone so handsome with such a cold and noble temperament. Someone who can make Teacher Yu welcome them with a smile must have an extraordinary identity and strength. The wise Wang Sheng spoke up. Someone who could make a beautiful teacher, who usually had a face like an iceberg, reveal a smile was definitely not ordinary. Either a lover. The boys who admired Teacher Yu felt as if their world was collapsing. Or a relative. One with black hair and one with silver. He might be an old ancestor-level figure who was skilled at maintaining a youthful appearance. After all, teacher Yu Ruoan came from a prestigious family. She was a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Yu family, the core of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, one of the upper three sects. It was normal for the Yu family to have old ancestor figures. Of course, there was another possibility. That he was the academy's shareholder, and there was only one. It was said that the shareholder behind the academy had a mysterious identity. The top-tier cultivation technique they were currently practicing, the mysterious heaven skill, was provided by that shareholder. The food, books, uniforms, and so on were all provided for free by the shareholder. To Wang Sheng, this shareholder was truly a good person who didn't lack money. Wealthy and generous, he really gave out the good stuff. He wanted to stay and be a teacher after graduation, not for anything else, but for the benefit of being able to eat as much as he wanted as long as he didn't waste food. The salty soft bones rabbit meat sausages were truly delicious. Freshly baked libaba bread spread with olive oil and eaten with red soup. Wang Sheng, days without having to go hungry are just too wonderful. Chapter 110, Wang Sheng, I really want to become stronger. Teacher Yu, what is your relationship? A primary school girl asked, her eyes flickering with a flame known as gossip. Everyone was very curious about Qian Xunji's identity. There was no help for it. To these children born in rural areas, Teacher Yu, who came from a prestigious background and possessed outstanding looks, was simply too dazzling. Little friend, why are you asking this? Qian Xunji lowered his gaze, staring at this gossipy primary school girl, and asked. He knew that people in Douluo continent matured early, and Oscar's father became a father at 13. Lalacon's ecstasy, being a card master in Douluo, collecting lowly cards. Shuffling cards, dealing cards, playing cards, drawing cards, flipping cards, pairs, three of a kind, bombs, winning game after game. I'm just very curious. After all, Teacher Yu always has a blank, aloof expression on weekdays, and today is the first time I've seen a smile on Teacher Yu's face. Hearing this, Qian Xunji shifted his gaze to look at Yu Ruoan, his biggest fangirl. This fellow always wore a blank, aloof expression when facing students on usual days. At a glance, it was clearly an occupational disease. As a teacher, one had to maintain dignity in front of students. A blank, aloof, and serious expression was the most useful. Look, a single sentence had brushed tomato sauce all over her fair cheeks. Do not engage in early romance. Whether for males or females, getting married and having children too early is bad for the body, Qian Xunji specifically reminded. Then he continued, don't be curious, your teacher Yu and I are not in that kind of relationship you imagine. If you really have to say it, I am her senior and her guide. And my benefactor, Yu Ruoan added. My spirit being able to evolve from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon into the Bright Holy Dragon is entirely thanks to this handsome big brother. As soon as Yu Ruoan said this, everyone present revealed shocked expressions. A spirit could even evolve. This was the first time they had ever heard of it. Wang Sheng stepped forward and asked with a serious expression, can a spirit really evolve? He really wanted his own spirit to evolve. He hadn't expected that besides mutations and evolutions occurring during spirit awakening, a spirit could also undergo acquired evolution. This was simply a miracle. Most of them can. The simplest evolutionary route is changes in status within the race, such as blue-silver grass, blue-silver king, and blue-silver emperor. Furthermore, when a tool spirit attaches to spirit rings from spirit beasts with special bloodlines, it can gain certain elemental attributes. For example, an ordinary iron sword spirit, upon attaching a spirit ring produced by an ice jade scorpion, might allow the spirit to gain ice attributes and subsequently evolve into an ice sword spirit. For children who were eager to learn and wanted to make progress, Qian Xunji, who was temporarily very idle, could clear up their doubts. Ice jade scorpion, what kind of spirit beast is this? How come I've never heard of it? Wang Sheng asked again. Having hope and an opportunity to become stronger, he wanted to tightly grasp this fleeting opportunity. Little friend, it's useless even if you know. On the current Douluo continent, spirit beasts classified by quality and ranked as super, like the ice jade scorpion, do not exist, Qian Xunji kindly reminded him. After all, the entire Ice Jade Scorpion clan had been packed up and taken away by him. Spirit beasts also have quality classifications. What are super spirit beasts? Don't spirit beasts only have age cultivation? They don't have them now, does that mean they are extinct? Facing the questions of a group of children, Qian Xunji answered them one by one, popularizing some related knowledge for them. Such as the divine bloodline, the dragon bloodline, and elemental-type spirit beasts. Spirit beasts possessing ultimate attributes, as well as spirit abilities related to the soft bones rabbit spirit ring and spirit bone. The differences between terrestrial spirit beasts and marine spirit beasts. Thank you, Senior, for clearing up our doubts. May I dare ask Senior's name? Qian Xunji blurted out his name, Qian Xunji. Qian Xunji. Wang Sheng muttered silently in his heart, this name seemed to have been seen somewhere before. In the headmaster's office, some files were stamped. It seemed to be just the two characters, Qian Xuan, and he hadn't learned the last character yet. Senior Qian Xunji, what is your relationship with Headmaster Master Su Yuntao? Wang Sheng asked like a curious baby. Barely considered a superior-subordinate relationship, Qian Xunji thought for a moment and replied. His level was too high. If Master Su Yuntao wasn't a named character in the original work, he might not even have had the chance to meet him. Saying they were in a superior-subordinate relationship was also because of this him and Soul Master Academy targeting Shrek. Handsome big brother, am I also your subordinate now? Yu Ruowan asked with a curious expression. Qian Xunji glanced at Yu Ruowan and spoke, your salary is all paid by me, what do you think? Boss brother, can you raise my salary a bit and give me one more spirit ascension pill every month? Yu Ruowan said with a smile, revealing her white teeth, her tone carrying a hint of spoiled playfulness. To high-tier spirit masters, gold coins were nothing more than garbage. Spirit ascension pills, which could replace bitter cultivation and enhance cultivation and spirit power rank, were the true sweethearts in the hearts of spirit masters. If you want a salary raise, follow the rules and regulations. More work means more gain. The amount of your salary depends on the value you create yourself. Right, let me tell you a piece of news, Gengzi has regained his freedom, Qian Xunji changed the subject. Gengzi is currently at Shrek Academy near Soto City in the Balak Kingdom. The reason he told Yu Ruowan this intelligence was to tell her that a salary raise was out of the question. But there were side earnings, would she earn them or not? Beat up Gengzi, are you going or not? Won't you contact Thunder Douluo Yu Luomian and Brother Scar's professional team? Yu Ruowan felt that just beating up Gengzi once wasn't enough. She had already grown up and knew what Gengzi had encountered in Brother Scar's House of Joy. Suffice it to say that this father-fleecing thing, Gengzi, was living miserably, and he deserved it. Let's skip it for this time. As Qian Xunji spoke, he took out a set of silver-white full-body armor. This was an armor he had handcrafted when he was bored. Unlike the Do armor of the Douluo III era, this thing could be considered an armor from Armored Hero. It possessed some fixed skills, such as acceleration, levitation, energy slashes, absorbing heaven and earth origin chi for self-repair, and energy reserves. Even if a commoner wore it, they could obtain combat power comparable to a titled Douluo. No matter what, this was a little gadget personally handcrafted by a level 1 god using extraterrestrial meteoric iron as raw material. Allowing a mortal to possess power comparable to a titled Douluo within a few minutes was quite reasonable, right? I'm lending you the armor to conceal your appearance and protect every inch of your skin from being stained by dirty blood. After you finish beating up Gengzi, remember to return it to me. Can't you just give it to me as a gift? Yu Ruowan dribbled the ball and pinched her wrist. The armor was very handsome, very tasteful, somewhat resembling Sam. It made people want to own a set. That is only a semi-finished product, Qian Xunji reminded. No matter what, Yu Ruowan was a fangirl who had steadily provided him with the power of faith for many years. Gengzi's strictest mother, just like the Rakshasa god, had her execution capability maxed out. She deserved a complete version of armor that could comprehensively enhance her strength. She could even compete for the position of the Asura god's priest. Chapter 111 Gengzi, she is coming, time to get beaten up again. Giving martial arts again. Lately, every sign in has been yielding martial arts. What Mingyu Kung Fu, Jiayi Divine Skill, Tianding Divine Skill, Wangtian Great Dharma, Sword Codex, Sucking Skill Great Dharma, Vajra Indestructible Divine Skill, Dragon Divine Skill. Previously, good things were always obtained. This time, it actually obtained the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique from Jinyang Wuxia. What a piece of garbage. If it had just given the Singaporean version of the Sunflower Manual, or the movie version of the North Dark Divine Skill, it wouldn't have been so disappointing. This kind of Jinyang-style martial art has the same treatment as Mysterious Heaven Skill, just casually spread it on Douluo continent. Give this to you. Qian Xunji casually handed the first 9 stages cultivate methods of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique to Master Su Yuntao. This is a brand new cultivate method. Master Su Yuntao held it up with both hands and took a look, extremely excited. No spirit master could refuse a cultivate method passed down by Lord Qian Xunji. Formerly there was Mysterious Heaven Skill, and today there is Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Lord Qian Xunji is truly wealthy and generous, he really gives away good things. Master Su Yuntao, loyalty. Lord God Master. On Douluo continent, please address me as Lord Qian Xunji. Qian Xunji opened his mouth to remind him. For no other reason, he just wanted to act cool and scheme against people. Yes, Lord Qian Xunji. Master Su Yuntao bowed respectfully and saluted. He asked carefully, should the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique be made public to the students? You can decide such small matters yourself. Qian Xunji waved his hand and said, right, ideological education, moral education, and legal education must keep up. Students must be taught to be law-abiding people, rather than a group of criminals with human appearances and powerful strength. Qian Xunji specifically reminded him. This place called Douluo continent is too bizarre. Especially after the rise of Shrek Academy. The ones cultivated by a bunch of spirit master academies are all fake humans and criminals who violate the law and disrupt social order. Educating people first requires teaching students to be actual humans. Have the chefs turn these 1,000-year black-skinned wild boar meats into delicacies for the students to eat. Qian Xunji took out a medium-large fresh-keeping storage spirit tool. Inside were over 100 black-skinned wild boars with a cultivate of just over 1,000 years. Artificially raised on a large scale, feeding on corn feed makes them grow fast. Students led by Wang Sheng are not bad, they have ambition and want to become stronger. Students who study hard and are positive like this need to be encouraged. Nighttime, cafeteria, stewed meat, deep-fried, pan-fried. Wang Sheng didn't expect that one day, he could fill his stomach just by eating meat without eating staple foods. And what he ate was even spirit beast meat over 1,000 years old. After eating this meal, many people's spirit power rank improved. Wang Sheng was also one of the lucky ones among them. The students also learned from the academy principal master Su Yuntao about the reason for the extra dishes at dinner today. It turned out to be a bestowal from Lord Qian Xunji. The students also all knew that Qian Xunji was a shareholder of the academy. The good days they were living in single dormitories, not needing to fight for toilets, and being able to eat full meals every day, were all due to the bestowal of Lord Qian Xunji. Wang Sheng, thank you, Lord Qian Xunji. Students, thank you, Lord Qian Xunji. Positive feedback, the power of faith formed from feelings of gratitude and thankfulness. Qian Xunji thought to himself. The power of faith from positive feedback is truly good power of faith. Outside Soto City, Shrek Academy. Qian Xunji brought Yu Ruowan to kill their way over. Both of them wore full body armor, like warriors pressing forward courageously. Who are you? The gatekeeper Li Yusong had low strength and could not see Qian Xunji's appearance. Yu Ruowan did not speak, she just threw an ascending dragon punch. A punch carrying the power of golden lightning struck Li Yusong's chin, sending Li Yusong flying entirely. She, Yu Ruowan, a spirit Douluo who had cultivated mysterious heaven skill, under Qian Xunji's influence, had come up with some self-created spirit ability gadgets. If she couldn't instantly kill a spirit emperor with one punch, it would be just like Light Feather Douluo opening his ultimate yet failing to shoot Gangzi to death with an arrow, turning into a comic relief character. Taking off, falling, making a sound. The noise startled everyone in Shrek Academy. Early in the morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Everyone had just gotten up, washed up, and was eating breakfast in the cafeteria. Having barely taken 2 bites of boiled bread stew, someone attacked. "Damn it, you masked cowards hiding your faces, how dare you run wild in our Shrek Academy." Zhao Wuji had a foul mouth, striking a combat posture amidst curses, just about to perform spirit possession. But he was very unfortunate, today encountering a duo that didn't talk about wuxia ethics. Yu Ruowan took a running jump and executed a Leo flying kick, directly kicking Zhao Wuji in the chest and interrupting his spirit possession. Zhao Wuji was kicked flying, spitting blood as it scattered, then fell to the ground, sliding a considerable distance and leaving a trace on the ground. Seriously injured and collapsed on the ground, Zhao Wuji managed to raise his head with difficulty, his eyes red and panting like an ox. He glared angrily at Yu Ruowan, gnashing his teeth. "You don't follow the Spirit Master Code, you can't interrupt a Spirit Master's spirit possession and spirit summoning. Still have the strength to speak, that means you're lacking electricity." Yu Ruowan said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, like Pikachu, she unleashed golden lightning, 100,000 volts. Zhao Wuji was electrocuted until his skeleton was exposed, his entire body charred black, and his hair standing on end. "Just give them a beating, don't kill them." Qian Xunji spoke, using sound transmission into secret. Yu Ruowan was good at everything, except her attacks were too ruthless and easily killed people. Shrek teachers like Zhao Wuji and Li Yusong, fraudsters who treated human lives like grass, couldn't die just yet. If they were to die, it would have to wait until Tang San arrived at Shrek Academy. Yu Ruowan nodded in agreement, then raised her hand and struck Li Yusong's body with the last wave of golden lightning. She electrocuted every Shrek person equally. Li Yusong was electrocuted until he flew up and fell back to the ground. Lu Qibing had just summoned his Star Luo chessboard spirit and raised his hand to use a spirit ability, when he felt the hairs all over his body tremble. Yu Ruowan raised her hand and extended a finger, her fingertip glowing as she shot out a tunnel wave. A golden spirit power ray carrying the power of light and lightning pierced through Lu Qibing's shoulder. Lu Qibing was electrocuted until he lost his voice. The 4-member group of Shrek teachers all started living the good life. Zhao Wuji, Li Yusong, and Lu Qibing were beaten and electrocuted. Xiaoxin drank a mouthful of mother-child river water, gave birth to a baby girl 10 days later, rested for a few days, and continued. Once a Shrek person, always a Shrek person, they were all bound to live a desolate yet good life. "Are you Yu Ruowan?" Gangzi arrived, sensing a familiar aura. Even though Yu Ruowan was wearing silver Samus armor that wrapped her entire body without showing her face, Gangzi could still recognize her based solely on her aura and the way she beat and electrocuted people. No particular reason, he was just beaten up too much, and seeing Yu Ruowan made his legs tremble instinctively. Learning that the attacker was Yu Ruowan, Flender instinctively covered his Erlang martial soul with both hands. He forgot, his Erlang martial soul had long been crippled years ago by Yu Ruowan with a single crotch targeting kick. It was a total devastation, leaving nothing behind for him. Lu Erlang covered her belly with both hands, her originally straight spine bending deeply. On the day of her wedding with Gangzi, she was forcefully beaten to the point of losing her fertility by Yu Ruowan, who kicked open the door to pick a fight. Juliana was curious, her gaze looking toward Gangzi and the other two who wore terrified expressions. The name Yu Ruowan was something she had never heard of in her past life. But with the surname, Yu, and Gangzi knowing her, she figured she must be a direct core disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Moreover, judging from Gangzi's tone and trembling body, Gangzi had definitely been beaten by Yu Ruowan, and the number of beatings was quite a lot. None of her business, hanging high, Juliana knew in her heart that there would be a good show to watch later. Just happened to be in a bad mood recently, watching Gangzi get beaten up would be a good cheer up. Chapter 112, Juliana, making me cultivate for 30 years, definitely sending Gangzi to the Yellow Springs. Smelling the scent of amusement, the Rakshasa god tore through space and arrived at Shrek Academy. The strength of a divinity was powerful and mysterious, not something that small fries without even limit Douluo cultivation could perceive. As soon as he arrived, he looked at Qian Xunji with a pair of eyes pooling with autumn water, sorrow written all over his face. Not calling him when there was amusement, he was so heartbroken. Your Excellency Qian Xunji, not calling me when there's amusement. Seeing that the Rakshasa god had come, Qian Xunji pulled out 2 buckets of snacks and asked, popcorn or popcorn chicken, which one do you want to eat? Both. The Rakshasa god instantly switched to a smiling face and answered in a second. Popcorn chicken, oh popcorn chicken, it tastes so good dipped in ketchup. Come with a cup of iced Sprite, watch a good show, life is full of flavor. Not seeing Bibi Dong at the scene, the Rakshasa god swept with divine thought and saw that Bibi Dong was feeding toxic milk to Long Yeyu. What poison? Plum branch poison. The milk was non-toxic, but Bibi Dong was toxic. Gangzi and Luer Long were also toxic. The lucky Long Yeyu grew up beside toxic people since childhood. After swallowing the popcorn chicken in his mouth, the Rakshasa god asked perplexedly, by the way, Your Excellency Qian Xunji, why did you suddenly bring people to pick a fight? Seeing that Gangzi has Luer Long on the left, Bibi Dong on the right, and a daughter, living too well, I really couldn't stand it anymore, so I brought people to make trouble. Qian Xunji truthfully answered the Rakshasa god's question. Earlier, his divine thought swept across and saw that Gangzi was living a happy life that countless simps dreamed of. Embracing Luer Long and Bibi Dong, having daughter Long Yeyu to hold, and having brother Flender raise him. Qian Xunji, I am very upset. Shouldn't I bring people to give Gangzi a couple of bang bang, loving punches? If he doesn't die from the beating, beat him to death. Trash like Gangzi still wanted to live a leisurely and happy life raised by others. What kind of good dream is he having? It would be one thing if he hadn't seen or known. Now that he saw it and knew it, of course he had to storm right over and pick a fierce fight. If Thunder Douluo Yu Luomian weren't raising his own biological daughter, he would have come to assist. At the scene of beating Gangzi, lacking Thunder Douluo Yu Luomian, Gangzi's strictest father, it always felt like something was missing. Seeing Gangzi appear, Yu Ruowan was like a shark smelling blood. Sensing killing intent, Luer Long spread her hands and protected the petite Gangzi behind her. Sensing killing intent, Flender assumed a combat stance and protected Luer Long behind him. It's these two morons again. Seeing the actions of Flender and Luer Long, Yu Ruowan was disgusted and spat. She stepped back with her left leg, clenched her fists, raised her head, and struck a precure magical girl combat pose. Her legs bound with current, with an electromagnetic catapult start, she rolled right over Flender and Luer Long as if they were speed bumps. Flender and Luer Long were directly sent flying from the impact. Yu Ruowan came before Gangzi, looking down from above, and raised her hand to let golden lightning binding on her hand. A huge slap came down. Stunned, surprised, and absent-minded, a large amount of saliva was beaten right out of Gangzi's mouth. Gangzi's face swelled up, turning bright red and purple, and he only felt a numbness and tingling from being electrocuted. But the next second, as the numbness passed, sounds of ah, ah, came out of his mouth. Pain, too painful. Gangzi, who gave you the authority to restore your freedom? Yu Ruowan's voice was like a roaring thunder. And disgusting bug, like you should have some self-awareness. You should have stayed obediently in Brother Scar's happy house, using the pseudonym, Rose, acting as a nobility bus. Instead of coming out to make a fool of yourself and let the world laugh at you. Yu Ruowan beat him as she spoke, just like Gangzi's strictest mother. Scolding and beating him while educating Gangzi, scolding him for not learning well and insisting on degenerating and learning bad things. Gangzi was beaten straight to the point of crying out in grievance, Yu Ruowan, I am your biological second uncle. In Gangzi's hand, only this relative card could be played. Even knowing that this card had no effect whatsoever on Yu Ruowan, that naturally evil, violent, and grumpy eldest niece of his. But by saying this, Gengzi felt he could stand on the high moral ground and achieve spiritual victory. Hearing this, Yu Ruowan beat him even harder, just like Chugan beating Tomoki, grabbing Gengzi's clothes with her left hand, lifting the opponent up, and then showering him with slaps like money was free. Slap, 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 slap. You piece of trash spirit grandmaster who was stripped of the Yu surname, expelled from the Blue Lightning Yu family, and driven out of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Your skin is truly thick, utterly shameless. With this look of yours, you deserve to be my second uncle. Even if you don't have money to buy a mirror, you surely have urine. Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror to see what kind of virtue you have? A. Rose, ruined by nobles. A. Nobility bus, still taking clients. What else can you bring besides bringing laughter to the world while you're alive? ... Juliana twinkle twinkle little star, her eyes full of little stars. She saw Gengzi being beaten, brutally beaten, and fiercely beaten. She wished she could replace Yu Ruowan and personally beat up Gengzi, that disgusting bug with a fishy stench all over his body, for a good thrashing. Beat him for breakfast, beat him for dinner, beat Gengzi. Every time she saw him. As long as he wasn't beaten to death, she would beat Gengzi to death. Stop beating him. If you want to hit someone, hit me, don't hit Xiaoging. After Bibi Dong finished feeding the milk and settled Long Yeyu down, hearing the miserable, screams issued by her beloved Xiaoging, she rushed over immediately. As soon as she arrived, she saw her beloved Xiaoging being lifted up and fiercely beaten by a person wearing armor who didn't show their face. Her heart ached endlessly, her heart felt as if it were being twisted in agony. The blows landed on Gengzi's body, but the pain was in Dongzi's heart. The person beating Gengzi in front of her wore a full suit of armor that looked like a work of art crafted by a divine craftsman, seamless and flawless. This reminded Bibi Dong of that mysterious armored Douluo who killed Tang Chen. However, this was just a thought in her heart, flashing by instantly. This déjà vu scene made Yu Ruowan instantly recall the scenes from the day of Gengzi and Lu Erlong's grand wedding several years ago. Lu Erlong, don't hit Xiaoging. If you want to hit someone, hit me. Flender, don't hit Erlong. If you want to hit someone, hit me. Guys who hang out with heaven-defying fellows were naturally heaven-defying fellows themselves. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Since this former holy maiden of Spirit Hall wanted to take the beating for this bug Gengzi, then grant her wish and fulfill her. Yu Ruowan threw Gengzi in the direction of Juliana. The latter directly became Gengzi's cushion. Gengzi's crotch, Juliana's face, it sprayed all over her face. Blech. Pushing Gengzi away, Juliana retched wildly, vomiting up even her stomach acid. Stinky, it was simply too stinky. Gengzi was utterly unendurable to the smell, making people want to vomit just smelling him. The fishy, stinky stench on his body that had been fermented like aged wine for many years was simply a biological weapon. Vomiting, Juliana directly fell into a state of bloodshot eyes and heavy panting like an ox. Right now, she wished she could burn Gengzi, this humanoid biological weapon, to ashes. Gengzi, you bug. When I cultivate for 30 years, I will definitely make you go to the Yellow Springs. Juliana swore silently in her heart that when she achieved success in cultivate in the future, she would surely avenge today's humiliation of being smoked by Gengzi until she foamed at the mouth and vomited her stomach acid. Gengzi, this spineless bastard, trash, coward, actually peed all over her face. If she didn't avenge this, she wouldn't be able to eat, and just thinking about it made her feel sick. Chapter 113 Bibi Dong, don't hit the face. I, Bibi Dong, the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, the Empress of the Spirit Empire, and the Rakshasa God. Even though my cultivation was merely that of a spirit saint. But beating a woman from the Blue Lightning Yu family who was younger than me was as easy as using my hands. Bibi Dong was very confident, even though she had undergone rebirth for a lifetime, her cultivation was inferior to her past life due to various reasons. She also lacked any spirit bone on her body. But she was still full of confidence. Bibi Dong, in this era, this sister is the woman with the strongest talent, without a doubt. Even that heaven-defying rebellious daughter Qian Xunji won't do. Bibi Dong refused to believe that the Blue Lightning Yu family woman before her could be younger than her yet have a higher cultivation. What kind of trash the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was, others might not know, but she had destroyed it once in her past life, so how could she not know? Yu Ruowan, Spirit Bright Holy Dragon, Rank 81 Spirit Douluo. After all, Bibi Dong was the former Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, hailed as the #1 person of the younger generation. Although she had a screw loose and fancied that father screwing bug Gangzi, her talent and strength were still formidable. Therefore, before violently beating up Bibi Dong, Yu Ruowan chose to give her the most basic spirit master etiquette. Bragging. Gangzi felt disdain in his heart. Gangzi knew that Yu Ruowan's spirit had undergone an acquired mutation, changing from blue lightning to golden thunder, acquiring the light attribute. Wasn't it just an extra light attribute and a change in the lightning's color? Did she really think that this made it a bright holy dragon spirit? Once a blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit, always a blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit. Wanting a tyrant dragon to transform into a true dragon was simply dreaming. Gangzi didn't believe it, nor did his brothers and sisters. As a member of the Golden Triangle, they had conducted spirit fusion multiple times and seen Luo San Pao transform into the appearance of a bright holy dragon. Bright Holy Dragon Possession. When Yu Ruowan truly summoned the Bright Holy Dragon spirit and completed the possession, 3 silent, heavy slaps slapped the faces of Flender, Gangzi, and Luer Long Crooked. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? How could Yu Ruowan, this naturally evil, violent, and grumpy eldest niece, possibly evolve her blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit into a bright holy dragon spirit in an acquired manner? Gangzi simply couldn't believe this matter. He couldn't believe the fact happening before his eyes. He slapped himself and found that it really hurt. Instantly, his eyes turned red, and he breathed heavily like an ox. Jealousy was like fire, his face ferocious, wishing to possess it all for himself. Mine, mine. Cultivating into a spirit Douluo at such a young age under 30, and having a bright holy dragon spirit, they should all be mine. They are mine. Gangzi's heart burned with jealousy and a desire to possess. If it were anyone else, he might not feel so distressed in his heart. Yu Ruowan, that naturally evil, violent, and grumpy niece, had awakened the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit when her spirit awakened at the age of 6. In the time after that, she beat him every time she saw him, and snatched his things whenever she saw them. She was simply a violent, stinky niece. Yu Ruowan was an existence that could rank in the top 3 among the people he hated most in his life. It could be said that what Gangzi least wanted to see in his life was Yu Ruowan possessing the bright holy dragon spirit he longed for day and night, and reaching the titled Douluo realm. And now, Yu Ruowan had the bright holy dragon spirit, reaching the spirit Douluo realm at a young age. Becoming a titled Douluo was a nailed down certainty. With such talent, she might even cultivate to the limit Douluo realm in the future, leading the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to become the #1 sect in the world. Thinking of this, Gangzi split his eyes with anger, his red eyes almost popping out. The person he hated most doing the thing he most wanted to do was simply more painful than killing him. Equally distressed was Bibi Dong. Her originally turbid eyes became a bit clearer. Yu Ruowan's bright holy dragon possessed both the light and blue lightning dual attributes, perfectly restraining the evil attribute of her Death Spider Emperor. In this life, she did not yet have the bonus of the Slaughter God domain, a God-bestowed domain. Her cultivation had not reached Spirit Douluo either, and there was no spirit bone or external spirit bone inside her body. Damn it. Could this woman named Yu Ruowan before me have eaten some immortal herb? Otherwise, why is her speed to cultivate so fast? Not only did she consume an immortal herb, but she also has top-quality spirit bones of high quality on her body. Bibi Dong guessed in her heart. Then she reached a conclusion. The Yu Ruowan before her definitely had someone backing her. Moreover, that person definitely obtained certain great opportunities from Tang San in his past life. Otherwise, it was completely unexplainable why the other party's spirit could evolve and why her speed to cultivate was miraculous. The distracted Bibi Dong took a face-breaking punch from Yu Ruowan. Daring to be distracted while fighting me, you simply don't take me seriously. Yu Ruowan's life chi was abundant, and the consequences were severe. Her fists were like wind, fast as shadows, she frantically swung her fists to smash against Bibi Dong's face. Da 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 da. With a da sound, she threw another punch. Fourth spirit ability, Briar Spider Armor. Bibi Dong activated a defensive spirit ability. Sixth spirit ability, Iron Fist of the Bright Holy Dragon. Yu Ruowan shattered Bibi Dong's spider armor defense with one punch, and a heavy fist smashed into Bibi Dong's forehead. With a single punch, she knocked Bibi Dong unconscious, sent her flying, and smashed the dormitory of Shrek Academy. Yu Ruowan quickly moved forward to Bibi Dong's side, hooked Bibi Dong's body up with one foot, grabbed her collar with her left hand, and punched one after another with her right hand, every single punch being a face-breaking punch. Too brutal. Seeing this, Huliena's heart skipped a beat. This woman named Yu Ruowan was so fast, so fierce, and so brutal. Such brutality was simply comparable to Xiao Wu, that 100,000-year transformed spirit beast. Xiao Wu's kicks and Yu Ruowan's iron fists were simply existences of equal brutality. Brutality is good. Keep hitting, hit her hard, hit her to death. It's best to beat Bibi Dong, that little San, to death. Although Lu Erlong hated Yu Ruowan, the niece who had disfigured her face and beaten her into infertility. But now the person Yu Ruowan was beating was Bibi Dong, that little San who had intervened in the love between her and her beloved Xiaogang. She had to support the other party. The more Lu Erlong watched Bibi Dong being beaten, the more excited she became, a wild laugh appearing on her face. Watching Bibi Dong being beaten into a pig's head by Yu Ruowan, her beautiful visage destroyed. Lu Erlong was simply overjoyed. She had been beaten ugly by Yu Ruowan, and now Bibi Dong was also beaten ugly by Yu Ruowan. Such a thing was simply too wonderful. I beg you, don't hit my face anymore, Bibi Dong spoke feebly, pleading. She hadn't expected that Gangxi's eldest niece, Yu Ruowan, would be so brutal. She had beaten her to the point where she couldn't even open her eyes. In front of her beloved Xiaogang and the hateful Lu Erlong, she had beaten everything out of her stomach. In short, she even beat out her biological fertilizer. Yu Ruowan disgustedly tossed Bibi Dong toward Lu Erlong. Bibi Dong's buttocks met Lu Erlong's face. Lu Erlong pushed Bibi Dong away and vomited wildly, spewing out even her stomach acid. Disgusting, too disgusting, the fishy stench combined with the smell of excrement was simply too degrading. That dog of a thing Bibi Dong was simply a walking humanoid biochemical weapon. Roll back to Brother Scar's happy house yourself and stop making a fool of yourself outside, or I'll beat you every time I see you. Yu Ruowan's gaze swept across Gangxi and Lu Erlong, issuing a warning. These two heaven-defying things should just stay properly in Brother Scar's happy house and rot and stink there. Yu Ruowan had beaten to her heart's content, and the Rakshasa god had watched to his heart's content. Watching Yu Ruowan violently beat Bibi Dong, beating this heaven-defying ingrate and love-brained idiot of a Bibi Dong into a pig's head and beating the shit out of her. This feeling was simply as refreshing as taking a giant gulp of milk tea. Your Excellency Qian Xunji, can you lend me your follower for a moment? Chapter 114, Tang Xiao, what's coming will come anyway. Because she lost to Yu Ruowan, Bibi Dong saw disappointment in Gangxi's eyes. This scene deeply pierced Bibi Dong's heart. It felt like tens of thousands of arrows piercing through her heart. Even the first time she was forced by Qian Xunji in the secret room in her past life did not make her heart ache this much. She could accept Gangxi hating and cursing her because his family and sect were destroyed. She could also accept Lu Erlong, that fish-stealing cat, being by Gangxi's side. But she simply could not accept Gangxi being disappointed in her and ignoring her. He even let Lu Erlong, a mortal whose spirit and spirit power were sealed, carry him to the bed with a Princess Carrie, and was unwilling to let her, a spirit saint powerhouse, do it. Yu Ruowan, Lu Erlong, those damned women of the Blue Lightning Yu family. I can't wait to eat your flesh, sleep on your hides, drink your blood, and pull out your tendons to make undergarment cords. Bibi Dong's hatred towards the women of the Blue Lightning Yu family was monstrous in her heart. Yet she was currently lacking in strength. Bibi Dong decided to venture into the Star Do Great Forest and devour those spirit beasts to improve her cultivation. When my spirit power rank reaches 99 and my twin spirits achieve major achievement, I shall return as a king and take back everything that belongs to me. Before leaving Shrek Academy, Bibi Dong entrusted Juliana to Zhao Wuji for care. Zhao Wuji was one of her male concubines. Bibi Dong was defeated by Yu Ruowan and wanted to improve her cultivation to take revenge. Juliana also wanted to properly improve her cultivation to take revenge for herself. That trash and coward Gangzi had pissed all over her face. She couldn't eat her meals without avenging this grudge. A flash of cold light crossed the eyes of Zhao Wuji, Li Yusong, and Lu Qibing as they looked at Gangzi and Lu Erlong. Because of these two people, they were beaten up fiercely by Yu Ruowan and enjoyed a session of electrotherapy. No matter what, they were the benefactors who rescued Gangzi and Lu Erlong from Brother Scar's House of Joy. These two heaven-defying things didn't show gratitude to them on normal days and acted like they were above the heavens, which was fine. Now they even brought Yu Ruowan, a woman with powerful strength, a violent personality, and a deep background, upon them. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, one of the upper three sects, had Thunder Douluo Yu Luomian, a powerful Thunder Douluo, holding down the fort. The spirit masters under the sect numbered over 2,000. Facing such an existence, they couldn't even manage to take revenge. How about we send Gangzi and Lu Erlong back to Brother Scar's House of Joy in the Heaven Do Empire? Li Yusong proposed. He had been beaten so badly by Yu Ruowan that he was terrified. This woman was truly violent and grumpy, a single punch from her could cost someone their life. Let's tend to our injuries first. Zhao Wuji did not object. Lu Qibing chimed in, I agree to tend to our injuries first. The three looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Once their injuries were healed, they would send Gangzi and Lu Erlong back to Brother Scar's House of Joy. Meanwhile, on Qian Xunji's side, facing the Rakshasa god's unreasonable request to borrow a person, Qian Xunji directly expressed his refusal. What would happen if he lent his fangirl to the Rakshasa god and she got led astray? What if her spirit degenerated from the bright holy dragon to the dark holy dragon? If Yu Ruowan lost the bright holy dragon spirit, how could she show off in front of Gangzi? And how else could he watch Gangzi's comical and funny expression of jealousy burning like fire with a ferocious face, wishing to possess everything for oneself? That expression of someone else having it, wanting it but being unable to get it, and having to watch others use it against oneself. An expression intertwined with jealousy, desire for hate, anger, helplessness, and unwillingness. Just watching it was fun. This is the reward for you. Beating up one person from Shrek and giving a grade 9 Spirit Ascension pill in return was very reasonable. The grade 9 Spirit Ascension pill corresponds to Spirit Douluo cultivation spirit masters taking it. After consumption, it can enhance the spirit power of spirit masters at that rank. Specialization, standardization, mass production, technology and ruthless tricks, changing the traditional cultivation methods of spirit masters. As long as one chewed enough medicinal pills correctly, even a pig like Gangzi could become a titled Douluo. Thank you, boss brother. Yu Ruowan liked Qian Xunji the most. A wealthy, generous boss who paid daily wages was a wage earner's favorite. Flowers blooming in wealth in Nuoding City. After the Shrek Academy incident ended, the Rakshasa god invited Qian Xunji here to pick a bone with the Tang clan brothers. As for the reason, damned Rakshasa evil god, I can't wait to kill you. Tang Hao cursed miserably in discomfort amidst menstrual cramps. His fine male body had been turned into a female body by the Rakshasa god. Previously when he was pregnant, his period didn't come, so he didn't know period pain. Now that the child had been born, his period had come. Coupled with the fact that Tang Hao drank iced ale every day, this time his period came exceptionally fiercely. Experiencing menstruation for the first time, it was the attack of the fiercest blood tide. Tang Hao was in so much pain that he couldn't straighten his back, his hand pressed constantly against his stomach, and physiological tears slid down from his eye sockets. Hao younger sister, come, drink more hot water. Tang Xiao brought a bowl of hot water for Tang Hao to drink. Drink more hot water, drink more hot water. Tang Hao, who was becoming more and more like a woman, was so angry that he wanted to beat up his honest big brother fiercely. If drinking more hot water were useful, he wouldn't have to suffer this much. Damn it, I must improve my cultivation as soon as possible and reach the realm of titled Douluo. Tang Hao made up his mind internally. After becoming a titled Douluo, his life level would be elevated. Anyway, he had never heard of any information about female titled Douluos having period pain. How younger sister, don't be willful. It's all the Rakshasa evil god's fault. Calm down a bit and drink the hot water. Tang Xiao was just like a considerate boyfriend, comforting Tang Hao, feeding him water, and rubbing his stomach with a warm, big hand. Tang Hao let out a cold snort and did not appreciate it. To reiterate, as long as Big Brother didn't call him, "How younger sister," he would be a good Big Brother. If he called him, "How younger sister," then he was a bad Big Brother who didn't listen to human words. In the Void Realm, the Rakshasa god was eating roasted sweet potatoes, cheeks stuffed full, looking very much like an angry pout. It was very angry. That idiot Tang Hao scolded it every day, which was fine. After all, it was almost used to the idiot Tang Hao cursing it dozens to hundreds of times a day. But why did you, Tang Xiao, join in the fun and curse it as an evil god? This was simply asking for a beating. Like a stupid woman who married into Africa wanting to be the chieftain's wife, asking for a beating, asking to be plugged, asking for stimulation. Your Excellency Qian Xunji, give me some of that pregnancy water. The Rakshasa god chuckled mischievously. Dare to scold Rakshasa. As long as it could retaliate, Rakshasa would definitely retaliate. Tang Xiao dared to curse it as an evil god, shouldn't he be given the same treatment as Gangzi? Swallowing a mouthful of mother-child river water into the belly, a 10-day pregnancy to give birth to a daughter. The Rakshasa god couldn't wait to perform a cesarean section surgery on Tang Xiao. Old rules, no anesthesia, and the surgery takes a whole day at a time. Hey, here you go. Qian Xunji handed over a small bottle of mother-child river water. Since the Rakshasa god wanted to deal with Tang Xiao, it must be supported. As long as Tang Xiao gave birth to a daughter, Tang San would no longer enjoy the lavish treatment of an only son. What did you say? Tang San was Tang Hao's son. But the ones who had always taken care of Tang San were Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua. Ever since Tang Yuehua was captured by the people of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the person taking care of Tang San had always been Tang Xiao. As for Tang Hao, in the original plot, he drank alcohol all day and was supported by Tang San. Now he was still drinking alcohol all day and being supported by Tang Xiao. Asking Tang Hao to be a qualified parent, aren't you making things difficult for a mouse? Moonlight spills, Tang Xiao sleeps, opening his mouth to snore loudly. The Rakshasa god, hand grabs the bottle, pours the mother-child river water into the mouth. Chapter 115. When giving birth to a daughter, one should be like Ningrongrong. The belly grew larger day by day. Tang Xiao knew about the matter of Gangzi being pregnant for 10 days and giving birth to a divine gifted daughter. After all, that guy Gangzi cared so much about face, having been mocked for years in his early years due to infertility. Now he finally had a child. Gangzi, don't care how this child came to be, anyway, she is biological, and it is absolutely impossible for her to be a bastard. Didn't this mean the news had to be made public to prove to himself that it wasn't that he couldn't do it? Sister Xiao, come, drink this bowl of tocolytic medicine. Tang Hao walked in from outside with a wicked smile holding a bowl of medicinal liquid. Ever since his eldest brother became pregnant, he no longer felt pain from dysmenorrhea, stopped cursing the Rakshasa god, and wore a wicked smile on his face all day long. In the past, when his eldest brother called him, "Little Sister Hao," he could only rage time and time again, yet he could never change his eldest brother's form of address. Now it was great, his eldest brother, just like that moron Gangzi, had both conceived a divine gifted child. He had to return all the grievances he had suffered back in full. Little Sister Hao, I am not of the female body. Tang Xiao frowned, speaking up to prove himself. Tang Hao, just like Tang Xiao in the past, turned a blind eye to the other's words, Sister Xiao, but you are pregnant. Tang Xiao was pregnant, and if he himself still called him eldest brother, wouldn't that mean he had gotten pregnant in vain? This cry of Sister Xiao, Tang Xiao was unwilling to hear, yet had to keep listening to it. A cry of Sister Xiao, a lifetime of Sister Xiao. Changing it back to calling him eldest brother was absolutely impossible. Not a single word would be changed. Tang Xiao supported his forehead. He finally experienced the grievances and pain that Tang Hao had suffered in the past. At home you can call me whatever you want, but in front of outsiders, you must call me eldest brother. Tang Xiao took a step back. Hearing this, Tang Hao replied very perfunctorily, got it, Sister Xiao. He sneered inwardly, Sister Xiao, you are thinking a bit too much. Tang San was thinking a bit too much. Tang Xiao inexplicably became pregnant. To make a man pregnant. Not a single god in the god realm could accomplish this matter. Even if the goddess of life came, she couldn't accomplish it either. Of course, being able to turn a man into a woman and then make him pregnant with a child, there were still quite a few fun-loving gods who could accomplish such a thing. Tang San now suspected that the reason why his father Tang Hao turned into a mother was the good deed done by some fun-loving god. Although he still didn't know who his father in this life was, it didn't matter. Tang San, I have my biological mother Hao, and foster mother cum birth mother Xiao, which is enough. In this life, he, Tang San, would become a divinity and would definitely bring Mother Xiao up to the god realm. With Tang Xiao's talent, he wouldn't dare hope for a level 1 god, but a level 2 god was still within reach. Judging from his talent, personality, and diligence in cultivate, in what way was Tang Xiao not better than Ma Hongjun? Oscar and Ning Rongrong were too important to him, he couldn't forsake them. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing's spirit fusion technique had turned into a divine soul fusion technique, enabling them to counter-slay a level 1 god with a level 2 god, which also had its merits. There was also little sister Xiao Wu. He didn't know if she had died in the great battle between the Asura god and the Silver Dragon King. Thinking of little sister Xiao Wu, Tang San hoped that the child mother Xiao gave birth to in this pregnancy was a daughter. Tang San was an honest man who didn't speak in riddles, he just wanted an obedient, well-behaved, diligent, and capable biological younger sister. Qian Xunji had no interest in Tang Xiao's soon-to-be-born daughter, and returned early to his homestead to become a stay-at-home man. He went to study the authority of the creation divinity and manufacture silicon-based life forms. Cold machinery naturally came with endless sincerity. Douluo aborigines were terrifyingly horrifying and extremely stupid, inferior to machinery. Time flew by, and the day of Tang Xiao's delivery arrived. It was still the Rakshasa god who manipulated the physician to perform the surgery personally. Along with the sound of a cry, the infant successfully landed. Unlike the petite and weakling Gangzi, Tang Xiao was an 89th-rank spirit Douluo powerhouse after all. Even without anesthesia, the cesarean section lasting a full day could not break his willpower. Congratulations to you, respected spirit master, it is a young miss. A daughter is good. Tang Xiao wasn't as obsessed with boys as Gangzi. Having lost his Erlang martial soul and lacking fertility, being able to obtain the blessing of a divinity and acquire a divine gifted daughter was already a great blessing in life. From now on, you shall be called Tang Xiao Mei. May life be wonderful, growing up healthy and happy from childhood. Because of his younger sister Tang Yuehua's encounter in the Ziling Mountains, Tang Xiao only hoped that his daughter would have a wonderful life and grow up healthy and safe. Instead of falling into the miserable life of gnawing on tree bark, swallowing bugs, and chewing soft bones rabbit meat. When Tang Xiao carried Tang Xiaomei to Tang San's side to take care of her together, upon learning that he had a sweet and soft younger sister instead of a rugged-looking stinky younger brother, Tang San let out a chuckle. Great, it's a younger sister, not a younger brother. Tang San cheered with joy in his heart. Little San, as an older brother in the future, you must protect your younger sister well. Tang Xiao smiled gently and kindly. When he went to find Tang Hao to feed milk to the 2 children, pushing open the room door, there was no one to be seen, only a letter on the table. Seeing the words is like seeing the person. Sister Xiao, your younger brother here is going to hunt spirit beasts to level up. raise his spirit power rank, enhance his cultivate, and break through to titled Douluo, Super Douluo. And then head to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, rescue Yuehua, search for Ah Yin, eliminate the Rakshasa dependents, and find the mysterious armored Douluo to avenge Grandpa. What a troublesome idiot younger sister. As long as he isn't watched, he forgets who he is. Unlike Tang Hao, who was ignorant, impulsive, and fearless out of ignorance. The studious and knowledge-seeking Tang Xiao knew the identity of the mysterious armored Douluo. This message was told to him by those Sea Soul Masters on Sea God Island. After all, back then, when Qian Xunji visited Sea God Island for the first time, he wore that handsome set of emperor armor, leaving a deep impression on people. Seeking revenge on Qian Xunji, that divinity. Forget it, there was zero chance of winning. With Tang Hao not at home, Tang Xiao could only spend money to hire 2 wet nurses to feed breast milk. Flowers bloom with wealth in Qibao. The station of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Qibao New City, Ning Fengji's boudoir. Today was the day of Ning Fengji's childbirth after 10 months of pregnancy. A cry sounded. Fengji, it's a daughter. Ji Yurong told this good news to Ning Fengji, who was lying on the bed with a pale face. A daughter, then let's call her Ning Rongrong. I hope she can be like Bone Uncle, inherit the Bone Dragon Wuhan, and in the future cultivate to become a titled Douluo, protecting the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for 100 years. Compared to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda spirit, Ning Fengji hoped more that the child born from his union with Ji Yurong would inherit Ji Yurong's Bone Dragon Wuhan. Just how powerful the Bone Dragon Wuhan was, Ning Fengji understood all too well. The members of the 7 Treasures Ning clan were not few in number, reaching 3 digits. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School did not lack the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda spirit. But the sect lacked a top-tier beast spirit as powerful as the Bone Dragon, one that could be cultivated to the titled Douluo level. If only the spirit masters with the Bone Dragon Wuhan in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could become more numerous, that would be great. Ning Fengji thought with a bit of extravagant hope in his heart. He alone could not give birth to so many children for Ji Yurong. Ordinary women also could not satisfy the sufficient vitality needed to give birth to someone possessing the Bone Dragon Wuhan. If the maternal vitality was insufficient, the child would not receive enough nourishment in the womb, and the born child might experience spirit regression just like Gangzi and Qian Xunji. Time passed, 5 spring, summer, autumn, and winter seasons went by. Chapter 116, This is the feeling of home. The village where Aru lived was nameless. The villagers worked from sunrise. Idiotic daughter, you haven't even learned how to weave after a year, besides drinking rye porridge, what else can you do? You really can't do anything right, but you finish everything you eat. Looking at Xiao Wu, who was already as big as a 5-year-old human child but couldn't even do the most basic weaving work, Aru couldn't help complaining a few times. After all, they were humans now, not spirit beasts. Being human, they had to eat grain. Instead of like when they were soft bones rabbits, where they could just open their mouths and eat the ubiquitous blue-silver grass. Without private land, if they wanted to get grain, they had to buy it with money. If they wanted to get money, which were the so-called bronze coins, silver coins, and gold coins, they had to bring out goods to sell. They could also barter, trading linen, firewood, herbs, and the like for grain and salt. She, Aru, was able to live in human society for so long without being discovered by relying on hiding in the countryside and moving whenever there was the slightest sign of trouble. She wasn't a fool, she hadn't even cultivated to a titled Douluo, yet she would run off to play wildly in a large human city. Xiao Wu's physical body, Qian Runshui's soul, the stitched monster Xiao Wushui. Hearing Aru's complaints, Qian Runshui just smiled foolishly. This feeling of being lectured and criticized by a mother was not bad at all. After complaining, Aru would still patiently teach her. Lunchtime. Eating the warm rye porridge in her bowl, Qian Runshui felt the warmth of home. This was a feeling she had never experienced during her childhood in that cold spirit city in her past life. As for the matter of turning into a transformed spirit beast, Qian Runshui didn't care about this at all, she didn't think it was such a big deal. In her past life, she could even fall in love with Tang San, this half-grass person. She could also accept the love between Tang San and the transformed spirit beast Xiao Wu, and feel envious of it. Now, she had replaced Xiao Wu's identity. The father of her past life, the brother of this life, Qian Xunji understood what she wanted. If she could meet Bibi Dong and ask the other party, did you regret it in your past life, and get the reply, I regret abusing you, that would be wonderful. Qian Runshui wanted to see Bibi Dong. Then Bibi Dong came. Slaughtering villages, killing people, and upgrading by devouring was precisely Bibi Dong. As a fallen spirit master who had fallen for many years, when it came to killing and devouring, Bibi Dong was a professional doing professional work, a veteran of many years in the trade whose work was prompt and highly efficient. As for why she only killed and devoured to level up in remote rural villages, the reasons were as follows. It was mainly because killing spirit hall deacons, sect disciples, and noble spirit master lords would bring about their revenge. A group of low-ranked spirit masters teamed up to fight her. Bibi Dong, there are too many men coming, I can't handle it. A group of high-ranked spirit masters teamed up to find her. Bibi Dong, with so many people, I'm afraid I'll take a lot of beatings, suffer a lot of injuries, and might even die. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Bibi Dong directly chose the rural route, which featured large quantities, fullness, and weak strength. Although the yields were low, the risks were also low. She could also pin the blame on Wolftaken, mountain bandits, and outlaws. Bibi Dong was dressed in black with a hood, covering her face and masking the bloody stench. The moment she stepped into the village, she saw a Ru, dressed in coarse linen like a rural woman, waving an axe to chop firewood. Instantly, her eyes widened. A 100,000-year transformed spirit beast soft bones rabbit emperor. Bibi Dong was extremely excited inside. In her past life, a Ru was hunted down after she became the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall, becoming her spirit ring and spirit bone. Being able to encounter this transformed spirit beast in this life as well was simply a gift of fate. But now Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were not around, so she couldn't use the yin-yang static domain to control this transformed spirit beast. If she gets away, wouldn't that be a huge loss? A trace of sorrow flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. In this life, because that bastard Qian Xunji didn't act as the supreme pontiff and didn't know where he ran off to. She didn't become the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall after killing her master like in her past life. She didn't have a large number of titled Douluos, spirit saints, and spirit emperors under her command to mobilize. Relying solely on herself, a quasi-titled Douluo whose cultivation had been forcibly raised to level 90 through devouring and whose foundation was unstable, it would be difficult to take down a Ru. But it was not impossible. Bibi Dong summoned the Death Spider Emperor Spirit, possessed herself, and prepared for battle. Lord Spirit Master. An old farmer saw Bibi Dong's ugly appearance after being possessed by the Death Spider Emperor, fell down in fright, and let out a terrified scream. Seeing the old farmer fall to the ground after seeing her, Bibi Dong waved her hand in disgust, and a spider lance directly severed the old farmer's head. Xiao Wu, run quickly. A Ru shouted towards her daughter inside the house. Fallen spirit masters ought to be executed by everyone, and spirit beasts likewise loathed these fellows who were naturally evil, wallowed in degradation, indiscriminately killed the innocent, and created karmic sins. Conversing with orthodox spirit masters might allow for terms to be negotiated, but that wouldn't do with problematic fellows like fallen spirit masters. Xiao Wu. Hearing this, Bibi Dong was slightly stunned, followed by wild joy. 2 100,000-year spirit beasts. A full 2 100,000-year spirit beasts. Thank you, Rakshasa God, for your guidance. Bibi Dong spoke excitedly. Speak of the Rakshasa God, and the Rakshasa God arrives. The Rakshasa God sat sideways on the Rakshasa demonic scythe, floating in midair like the witch Elena, overlooking the scene below from high above. That ingrate Bibi Dong actually thanking me, the sun must have risen from the west. It complained. One Bibi Dong, one Tang Hao, cursing it countless times every day. Tang Hao only thanked it once when Tang Xiao became pregnant, believing that it was the one who made Tang Xiao pregnant. Tang Hao, thank you, Rakshasa God, for turning Big Brother into Sister Xiao. Two 100,000-year transformed spirit beasts. The Rakshasa god narrowed its eyes slightly, shifting its gaze from Aru to Xiao Wu. It saw Qian Runshui's soul sealed within Xiao Wu's physical body. Sealing the soul of the rebirth person, the angel god Qian Runshui, inside the physical body of a transformed 100,000-year spirit beast. Why didn't I think of that? The Rakshasa god praised with a sigh. It felt that this action of Qian Xunji was simply fantastic. It was too much fun. Communication, connected. Your Excellency Qian Xunji, there's fun to be had, want to come watch? What fun. Bibi Dong is hunting two transformed soft bones rabbits. Hearing this message, Qian Xunji directly tore through space and arrived by the Rakshasa god's side. He stood in the void realm, lowering his head to look. Good grief, Aru couldn't escape the fate of being killed by Bibi Dong and reduced to a spirit ring and spirit bone. Xiao Wu's physical body, Qian Runshui's soul, the stitched monster Xiao Wushui. Seeing the other party freeze upon seeing Bibi Dong and failing to react even when Aru told her to run, Qian Xunji noticed. At a glance, he knew that even if Qian Runshui had turned into Xiao Wu, she was still that big fool yearning for Bibi Dong's maternal love. Qian Xunji took out 2 packs of melon seeds, shared 1 pack with the Rakshasa god, opened his own package, and started munching on them. While munching on melon seeds, he recorded it on video. If Qian Runshui was killed by Bibi Dong, he would find a black-hearted intermediary, have them tell Tang San about this matter, and take out a player for Tang San to watch the wonderful footage of Bibi Dong killing Xiao Wu. Being helpful, telling the truth, and watching dogs bite dogs. Why is that great beauty Tang Hao also nearby? Chapter 117, Stop Fighting. 6th Spirit Ability, Blood-Sucking Spider Thorns. Facing Aru, this crafty rabbit, Bibi Dong directly unleashed her currently strongest area of effect spirit ability. Bibi Dong intended to heavily injure her opponent in a single blow, making her lose her proud speed advantage. As long as Aru's legs were severely injured, she would lose her mobility. Even if the opponent continuously used teleportation skills to move, due to the overly rapid consumption of spirit power and speed, she would be caught up to and killed. Bibi Dong's idea was very good, but Aru was not a soft persimmon either. Void. With a move of Void, Aru dematerialized her body, successfully dodging Bibi Dong's 6th spirit ability, the group attack of poisonous spikes. Countless poisonous spikes plunged into the ground, poisoning and killing the blue-silver grass. Countless blue-silver grass thus withered and decayed, losing their lives. Damned fallen spirit master, evil and vicious death spider emperor spirit. Anger was burning in Aru's eyes. Soft bones rabbit empress, today is your day of death. Becoming my spirit ring and spirit bone as your honor. As Bibi Dong spoke, she activated her 4th spirit ability, Thorn Spider Armor, covering her body with dense purple-black long spikes to form a defense carrying potent poison, without affecting her speed. She moved quickly, closing the distance between herself and Aru, and continuously used spider spears to attack. Thinking to take down Aru just like she dealt with Yin in the past. Stop fighting, you must stop fighting. Qian Runshui said powerlessly, her voice shrill. Suddenly, dark clouds loomed overhead, and torrential rain poured down. This heavy rain was sponsored by Qian Xunji. The rainwater drenched Qian Runshui's entire body, her hair sticking to her face, and her coarse clothes clinging tightly to her skin, making her present powerlessness even more apparent. Her mother from her past life, Bibi Dong, and her mother from her present life, Aru, had started fighting. She was still young and had no ability to stop this battle. Qian Runshui felt powerless, wishing she could immediately restore the combat power of her peak period in her past life. Then step in to stop the battle between her 2 mothers. The idea was great, but reality was so cruel. She could not stop the battle between her 2 mothers. What was even more cruel was that Tang Hao, a well-preserved mature beauty, smelled the fishy stench on Bibi Dong and arrived at the village entrance. The moment Tang Hao saw Bibi Dong's ugly appearance after her spirit incarnation, he directly fell ill. Tang syndrome broke out. He instantly entered a state of bloodshot eyes and heavy panting like an ox. He, Tang Hao, would never forget the humiliation of kneeling to Bibi Dong and admitting defeat on that day. He had never been so embarrassed in all his life. Being bullied by Qian Xunji, then so be it. Being humiliated by Qian Xunji, then so be it. Anyway, the other party was so much stronger than himself. Besides, Qian Xunji was a true divinity. Not everyone was qualified to be bullied personally by a divinity. In a sense, wasn't this a kind of honor? Anger was anger, and hatred was hatred, but he would not feel ashamed, and didn't even have to worry about being mocked. But he, as a spirit Douluo, actually knelt to a spirit saint and admitted defeat. Tang Hao, kneeling and admitting defeat to Bibi Dong in front of those guys from the 7 treasure glazed tile school who were so poor they only had money left. Do you know what I have been mocked as all these years? The more Tang Hao thought about it, the angrier he became, venting 3000 lightning movement, boing boing. He lowered his head, raised his hand to shoulder level, and summoned the clear sky hammer spirit. Stepping on muddy water, he advanced rapidly. Clear sky 9 absolutes, collapse character art. Tang Hao launched a sneak attack on Bibi Dong, who was entangled in combat with Aru. Bibi Dong suffered a blow from the sledgehammer worth 80 yuan, and her left arm bone was directly shattered, bending in a bizarre arc, causing her to let out a miserable scream in pain. Tang Hao, damn you! How dare he launch a sneak attack on her? The more Bibi Dong thought about it, the angrier she became, getting sick from anger. Tang syndrome broke out. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she panted like an ox. Bibi Dong, revealing an opening, was seized the opportunity by Aru, taking a solid hit of the soft bones 8-stage kick. She was kicked out of the village with 1 kick. Tang Hao, I will definitely come back to find you to avenge today's hammer strike. Severely injured, Bibi Dong decisively slipped away, leaving harsh words before departing. If not for Tang Hao suddenly intruding, she would have been able to capture 200,000-year transformed spirit beasts today. When the time came to become a titled Douluo and her strength greatly increased, she would be able to go find that woman Yuruawan to take revenge and wash away her humiliation. Damn Tang Hao, I will definitely not let you off. You wait for me. When my twin spirits reach major achievement, I will definitely beat you until you kneel, beg for mercy, and call me Empress. In the heavy rain, Bibi Dong ran while talking endlessly. But even though they were both level 90 quasi-titled Douluos, as a fallen spirit master who rapidly raised her cultivation by devouring others, her strength was far inferior to someone like Tang Hao who had truly undergone hard cultivation on Sea God Island for many years. Tang Hao did not pursue Bibi Dong. The 100,000-year transformed spirit beast before him made him make a choice. Bibi Dong could be killed a bit later. Anyway, this smelly ingrate was not that easy to beat to death. But if the 100,000-year transformed spirit beast was not killed now, it would really be gone. Clear sky ultimate skill, disorder splitting wind hammer method. As soon as Tang Hao made a move, it was a storm-like attack against Aru. Paragon Golden Body. Paragon Golden Body. When the time limit for using Paragon Golden Body ended, Aru's life also came to an end. She had already consumed too much spirit power in the battle with Bibi Dong. Her cultivation was still only that of a spirit saint, and being able to last this long was purely because she was a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast with a profound foundation. Aru turned her head to look at her daughter and anxiously shouted, "Run!" This maternal run successfully made Qian Xunji, whose legs were previously as heavy as lead and unable to move, take a step. Qian Xunji moved, only because she finally recalled that her current identity was a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast. And the spirit rings and spirit bones exploded by a 100,000-year spirit beast were hailed as the highest supreme treasures of the spirit master's world. A 100,000-year spirit bone was enough to trigger a nation-destroying war, causing medium-sized nations like the Hagala's kingdom to perish. No spirit master could resist the temptation of a 100,000-year spirit bone. Unless they were a transmigrator with a system. Qian Xunji ran on the muddy country dirt road, fell, climbed up, and ran again. She wiped away her tears and continued running. In her past life, Tang Hao killed her father, Qian Xunji. In this life, Tang Hao killed her mother, Aru. Although this Tang Hao in this life was a well-preserved mature beauty, not the rough and sloppy smelly man of her past life. There was a high probability they weren't the same person, but he was definitely a member of the Tang clan of the Clear Sky sect. Furthermore, this Tang Hao not only killed Mother Eru, but also heavily injured Sister Bibi Dong with a hammer. In this life, her father was Qian Douluo, and Bibi Dong was Qian Daolu's disciple. From the perspective of identity, Bibi Dong was indeed her sister. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river, do not bully a young girl into poverty. Disguised as Xiao Wu, Qian Xunji ran while uttering harsh words. In the Void Realm, Qian Xunji heard this and was left speechless for a moment. What young girl? You, Qian Xunji, have lived for over 40 years combined in your past and present lives. On the Douluo continent, you count as a grandmother-level figure. If your descendants worked hard and married and had children early like Oscar's father, you'd almost be a great-grandmother. Furthermore, what you are using right now is still Xiao Wu's physical body. A physical body that has existed for at least 10,000 years. Whether it is the physical body or the soul, both are old things. Yet you still dare to call yourself a young girl, you really know how to pretend to be young and tender. To the side, the Rakshasa god put down the melon seeds in its hands and made a move against Tang Hao. Chapter 118, Tang Hao gets a roux like a fish in water. A great battle between extraordinary beings nearly razed this nameless village to the ground. All of the wooden houses were destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Only the stone building of the village chief's house still stood tall and unfallen. At this moment, Tang Hao carried a roux's corpse and quickly came to the village chief's house. The red spirit ring floating above the corpse also drifted into the house along with it. Tang Hao sat cross-legged on the floor, began to urge his spirit power, guided the spirit ring into his body, and absorbed and refined it. As long as he absorbed this spirit ring as high as 199,999 years that burst out after a roux's death, Tang Hao could become a true titled Douluo. And he would be the kind of titled Douluo with the potential to elevate his cultivation to level 98 or level 99 limit Douluo. It could be said to have infinite potential, making people envious. But the energy contained within the spirit ring that a roux burst out was simply too immense. During the process of absorption and refinement, Tang Hao felt tremendous pain. His body was wailing, and his bones were making sounds. He was drenched in sweat, soaking his clothes. All these problems were forcibly suppressed by Tang Hao with his own firm willpower. But things were never that simple. For a spirit master, 100,000-year spirit ring was never that easy to absorb. As Tang Hao stirred his spirit power and absorbed and refined the spirit ring, Eru's soul, which was in a state of parasite on the spirit ring, came into his sea of consciousness. This was the second hurdle a spirit master needed to experience when hunting a 100,000-year spirit beast and absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring. Or rather, the second great battle. Within Tang Hao's sea of consciousness, a roux, who had changed back to the original form of a soft-bones rabbit, was as huge as a semi-trailer truck. When she saw Tang Hao's original rugged and slovenly uncle appearance, she was stunned, and then spoke. I originally thought it was a charming, mature beauty, but I never expected it to be a rugged, slovenly, and unkempt stinky uncle. She never imagined that the physical body was clearly such a fair, plump, fragrant, and soft great beauty. But the soul was a rugged, slovenly, and unkempt stinky uncle. This sense of contrast was simply too huge. It was comparable to the two appearances of their spirit beasts before and after taking human form. A roux, who did this? Such high taste and such good aesthetics, they are simply a talent. Hearing this, Tang Hao directly entered a berserk state, his eyes turning red, breathing like a cow, and he cursed loudly, "Bastard! I was originally of male body, but I was tragically plotted against by the Rakshasa evil god, and only then did I become a daughter's body. This divinity called the Rakshasa god has rather strange yet good taste." A roux took over the conversation and evaluated with a sentence. She just wanted to mess with Tang Hao's mindset before the fight started, thereby increasing her winning rate in seizing control of the physical body within this sea of consciousness. Facing the man who hammered her to death, she would never show mercy. Outside earlier, Tang Hao bullied her for taking human form, her strength not even 1/10 of her peak period. But now it was inside the sea of consciousness, a battle of spiritual willpower. As a soft-bones rabbit that had lived for 100,000 years, how could she be afraid of Tang Hao, an uncle less than 50 years old? Daring to speak for the Rakshasa evil god, you naturally evil soft-bones rabbit, go to hell. The anger in Tang Hao's eyes was like a torch, burning fiercely. How miserably the Rakshasa evil god had messed up their clear sky sect was something that made those who heard it grieve and those who listened shed tears. It truly messed with their Tang clan of the clear sky sect to their core. Look at how he was messed up into a great beauty, turned into a rocking car, and even got pregnant and had children. The elder brother turned into elder sister Xiao, getting pregnant and having children. Younger sister Tang Yuehua had suffered from malnutrition since childhood, grew into a little potato, and even lost her fertility. Their father was even angered to death directly because the three siblings were messed up beyond human recognition. Aru, who had restored her peak strength, had combat power that was not inferior to a level 96 super Douluo. The situation reversed. Outside, it was Tang Hao suppressing her to fight. Now, it was her suppressing Tang Hao to fight. Like a semi-trailer truck, Aru charged head-on at Tang Hao, sending Tang Hao flying with a crash. Tang Hao flew up, Aru leapt with a flying kick, and Tang Hao used his hammer as a shield to block the attack. This is my sea of consciousness, and it will not allow an outsider like you to run amok. Tang Hao roared in counterattack. The battle within the sea of consciousness continued. Outside, the Rakshasa god extended its slender jade finger and moved it. A purple magic formation appeared in front of it. Vassal summoning. 100,000-year blood-winged vampire Bat King flew out from the formation. Greetings, main god. Facing the Rakshasa god, the blood-winged vampire Bat King was extremely respectful. The Rakshasa god waved its hand to issue an order, letting the blood-winged vampire Bat King retrieve Aru's corpse. Qian Xunji had little interest in the spirit bone that Aru burst out, but the Rakshasa god still had some interest in a 100,000-year spirit bone. To become a divinity in the Douluo plane, a spirit master needed to possess 6 spirit bones, and these spirit bones would transform into divine gear after becoming a divinity. Of course, most importantly, Tang Hao scolded it, and it did not want Tang Hao to live too well. The Rakshasa god, I am just this petty. Qian Xunji glanced at Tang Hao, his gaze entering the sea of consciousness. Utilizing a war of attrition, Tang Hao successfully reversed the situation, going from originally being suppressed and beaten by Aru to now where both sides fought back and forth evenly. And he began to increasingly take the upper hand. He knew that Aru lacked stamina and was going to lose. But Qian Xunji had no interest in making a move to save Aru. He was just like a spectator at a life-and-death duel match. Quietly waiting for the result to come out. Tang Hao won indeed. As Qian Xunji's words fell, he tore open space and left. After watching the show, naturally it was time to leave. As for Qian Runshui, let her fend for herself. Time flew by, and it came to the time when Tang San was fully 6 years old and could undergo the awakening of his spirit. Nuoding City. Master Su Yuntao received an order and came specially to this small city to awaken the spirit for a young man named Tang San. He didn't understand why Lord Main God would personally give him such an order, but he still followed it. The business trip subsidy was a top-grade spirit bone, which was simply too fragrant. No spirit master could refuse a top-grade spirit bone. Just like no angler could refuse to show off after catching a big fish. He took off his original clothes and changed into the clothes of a black-robed deacon of Spirit Hall. He crossed the main road, came to the door of the Tang clan, and then knocked on the big door. Knock, knock, knock. Coming. A young girl's voice came from inside the door. The big door was opened, and a little girl of 5 or 6 years old poked her head out. Are you the deacon mister of Spirit Hall? The young girl asked, her soft and glutinous tone being very cute. Seeing that it was a little girl who opened the door, Master Su Yuntao's face revealed a smile, and his tone of speaking was very gentle. Yes, my name is Master Su Yuntao, and I am here for the spirit awakening. Hearing this, the young girl's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly invited the person in. Spirit awakening was something that every child who had not yet awakened their spirit looked forward to. Everyone looked forward to awakening a powerful spirit when their spirit awakening took place, possessing innate spirit power, and becoming a powerful spirit master in the future. The young girl knew that her father was a powerful spirit master. Therefore, she was not as apprehensive inside as other children. She neither feared failing to awaken a powerful spirit nor worried about not having innate spirit power. When, big-headed son, Brother Tang San saw the person who came to awaken his spirit. Question mark 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 question mark. The 3-5 combination, 8 question marks appeared on his head. The man in front of him was handsome in appearance, outstanding in temperament, held his head high with confidence, and had a powerful aura. But no matter how he looked at it, it was Master Su Yuntao. The reason Tang San remembered Master Su Yuntao was because it was this man who awakened his spirit. That shout of "trash spirit" almost gave him PTSD back then. Chapter 119, Master Su Yuntao's top-tier tool spirit crippled Tang San. Tang San, spirit, top-tier tool spirit clear sky hammer, innate full spirit power. Master Su Yuntao finished awakening the spirit for his big-headed son Tang San and explained. Top-tier tool spirit, innate full spirit power rank 10. Such a male genius could not be awakened even a few times a year in the human alliance. Although he wanted to let a genius like Tang San enter him in Soul Master Academy to study, Tang San seriously did not meet the admission requirements. Before students entered him in Soul Master Academy, a background check was required. Only children of commoner origin whose parents, paternal grandparents, and maternal grandparents had no criminal records were qualified to receive an admission invitation letter. As for Tang San, his mother Tang Hao smashed, looted, and burned, killed countless people, and wantonly slaughtered spirit beasts just for spirit bone. His father Tang Shan was even a notorious pirate, committing all sorts of heinous crimes like rape and pillage. Maternal grandfather sect master Tang Zhen was the leader of a generation of pirate groups, leading the pirate group to endanger the western coastal areas of the entire Douluo continent for many years. Great-great-grandfather Tang Chen also relied on his own strong strength to act as a triad boss collecting protection money. In short, him and Soul Master Academy would not accept a youth whose relatives of the upper 3 generations were all criminals, no matter how gifted he was. Cultivating the descendants of criminals was unfair to law-abiding people. Cultivating criminals into talents was pushing law-abiding people into the abyss of misfortune. Master Su Yuntao left, without taking a single bronze coin. Awakening spirit did not charge money. Great. Tang Xiao was very happy. He felt gratified that he had spared no cost and painstakingly protected Tang San back then. A genius with innate full spirit power, who awakened the clear sky hammer spirit meant their lineage had successors. As long as Tang San cultivated well and obtained a 100,000-year spirit ring in the future, he might be able to become an indomitable limit Douluo just like his grandfather Tang Chen. As for being favored by divinity, obtaining god trials, passing the god trials, and inheriting a god position, he did not dare to extravagantly hope. Cultivating to the realm of titled Douluo before the age of 40 was not such an easy matter. Even if he could cultivate to it, he might not be able to complete all the dangerous god trials. Brother can awaken innate full spirit power, so amazing. Tang Xiaomei sincerely felt happy for Tang San. Innate full spirit power was not common. She was not greedy, she would be satisfied if she could awaken innate rank 9 spirit power. Mother Xiao and younger sister were very happy, but Tang San was very unsatisfied. In this lifetime, he only awakened a clear sky hammer spirit. How did the innate full spirit power he awakened come about? Could he himself not know that it was practiced out by cultivating mysterious heaven skill? It was just fake innate full spirit power. Without twin spirits, how could he achieve dual gods in one body in this lifetime? Could it be that he could only inherit a sea god position? No way. Without the power of Asura god, what would he use to fight angel god plus Rakshasa god? 2 against 1, relying solely on a sea god position would not work. Tang San, this god king cannot do it. As for directly inheriting the Asura god seat, what are you thinking? Without God origin realm mental force, divine rank physical body, possessing divine power without being a god, and over 80% Asura divine force affinity, you still want to successfully inherit the Asura god seat. Once the divine core entered the body, even if you were a rank 99 limit Douluo, you would be blown apart on the spot. How could a god-king level god position be so easy to inherit? Only after truly possessing a god-king level god position would one know how difficult it was to find a qualified successor to inherit one's god position. My blue-silver emperor spirit, my devouring gold threads, my blue-silver grass believers. Tang San's heart was bleeding and crying. Without the blue-silver emperor spirit, the loss to him was too great. The loss was so great that before the grand project of dual gods in one body had even begun, it had already declared bankruptcy. The loss was so great that he might not be able to become a handsome guy with long blue hair in the future, letting various beauties throw themselves into his arms and kiss him. Facing the family members who were happy for him, although Tang San's heart ached, he still squeezed out a smile in response. Time strolls, years hurry by. In the village near Shrek Academy. Ha ha ha. Gangzi laughed frantically, laughing so much that he didn't know he was a trash. Today he was really too happy. Twin holy dragon spirits, innate full spirit power, as expected of my daughter. My daughter Long Yeyu has the aptitude to become a divinity. Bibi Dong was merely a possessor of twin evil spider spirits, yet she could be spotted by the Rakshasa god and become a divinity legacy inheritor. His Gangzi's daughter Long Yeyu possessed twin holy dragon spirits, bright holy dragon and dark holy dragon, and innate full spirit power. How could two small spiders contend with two true dragons? Why could Bibi Dong obtain the Rakshasa god trials, while his Gangzi's daughter Long Yeyu could not? That crazy woman Bibi Dong brutally killed his parents. Gangzi knew that by relying on himself, he could no longer kill Bibi Dong, who had become a titled Douluo. But he could cultivate his daughter into a divinity. He wanted Long Yeyu to seize the identity of Bibi Dong's Rakshasa legacy inheritor and replace her to become the true Rakshasa god. He wanted Bibi Dong to regret offending him. Yuyu, you're awesome, truly mom's good daughter. Lu Erlong happily hugged Long Yeyu, who had finished awakening her spirit, into her arms. She didn't have as many thoughts as Gangzi. She only needed Long Yeyu to succeed in her cultivation in the future and be able to spin the violent niece Yuruawan like a top. And that biological dad Thunder Douluo Yuluomian. That bastard Qian Xunji who slandered her mother. A pair of incompetent couples who were incompetent themselves yet wanted their daughter to be capable. Flowers bloom in wealth in Daming capital. A blonde, childlike little loli wore a white dress, a straw hat with a wheat color on her head, and sandals on her feet. A world with God King Tang often had the famous lewd tiger killer. The blonde little loli was a famous figure in the parallel Douluo world, the lewd tiger killer, the terminator of Little Dai Mubai, the scum man nemesis, Tianyu. Today happened to be her 6th birthday. Tianyu, spirit, Golden Crocodile King, innate full spirit power. Gold Crocodile Douluo smiled kindly after finishing awakening the spirit for his daughter. Although he was forced to have a daughter in his old age, he did not blame Qian Xunji for feeding him mother-child river water. Anyway, all the offering elders had a share. Especially the pair Green Phoenix Douluo and Light Feather Douluo, whose relationship was ambiguous on usual days. The pair Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who were ambiguous on usual days and didn't go find female spirit masters to marry, have children, and reproduce descendants. Qian Xunji, if you don't get married and have children, that means you want to drink mother-child river water, fulfilling your wish of giving birth to your own daughter yourselves. Gold Crocodile Douluo clearly was a person with a son, yet he was scammed by a few English gentlemen. Drinking mother-child river water, pregnant for 10 days to give birth to a daughter. Gold Crocodile. Douluo had a question in his heart. Why were the talents of these daughters they gave birth to themselves exceptionally good? Everyone was innate full spirit power. Could it be because of that mother-child river water? Gold Crocodile Douluo was puzzled and could only sigh secretly. As expected of a product of divinity, it is indeed exquisite. Aunt Tianyu, do you want to change a spirit? Qian Xunji walked overstepping in all directions with a goose step. Tianyu was the biological daughter of gold crocodile Douluo, and by seniority, she was of the same generation as Qian Dalu. Although her age was small, her seniority was high. Qian Xunji, it's very reasonable for me to call a little lowly aunt, okay. Calling her sister would be a mess and show disrespect to elders. Calling her mom, system mom would be unhappy again. Chapter 120, Shrek Human-Shaped Special Attack Weapon. Are they God-given spirits like Sister Yinger's six-winged angel martial soul, Sister Shui's Rakshasa demon armor spirit, and Brother Qianbo's sea god martial soul? Tianyu's eyes were sparkling as if they carried stars. Who wouldn't want a God-given spirit? Although her own golden crocodile king spirit wasn't weak, it was much stronger than the so-called blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit, which claimed to be the #1 beast spirit under heaven. Making a choice between the golden crocodile king spirit and a God-given spirit. Any normal person would choose a God-given spirit. Who wouldn't want their spirit to be omnidirectionally powerful and come with its own domain ability? A God-given spirit comes with a powerful God-given domain, and its boost to combat power can be described as terrifyingly immense. Having the sea god martial soul and awakening the sea god domain meant that fighting on the vast ocean made one an unprincipled rogue who never ran out of blue. Having the six-winged angel martial soul and awakening the angelic domain made it a sharp weapon for team fights. The golden sun's flames igniting others' internal spirit power was truly shameless. As for the Rakshasa demon armor spirit, Tianyu only knew that this God-given spirit possessed extremely powerful devouring abilities and mental interference capabilities. But in terms of appearance, the Rakshasa demon armor spirit was indeed very handsome. Tianyu, I want this kind of handsome armor spirit. Inside the Grand Hall, the original spirit hall's venerated elders could no longer remain calm. Especially Gold Crocodile Douluo, whose heart was incomparably excited at this moment. A God-given spirit, that was a God-given spirit. Qian Xunji actually opened his mouth to ask his daughter Tianyu if she wanted a God-given spirit. A God-given spirit bestowed by a divinity could be described as a supreme opportunity for their gold crocodile. Tian family. What family spirit legacy? In front of a God-given spirit, that was nothing more than a fart to be released quickly. How powerful a God-given spirit was, could others not understand, but could Gold Crocodile Douluo not understand? How powerful the six-winged angel martial soul was, he knew clearer than anyone else. Qian Xunji was truly generous, far too generous. He actually bestowed a God-given spirit to someone with a different surname. Such a thing placed on the Douluo plane was simply unthinkable, and thinking about it was useless. Loyalty. One must be fiercely loyal. If I had known Qian Xunji was so generous, I should have voluntarily drunk the mother-child river water earlier and given birth to a daughter after a 10-day pregnancy. Gold Crocodile Douluo felt a bit of regret in his heart. On the side, the other venerated elders and elders all felt their hearts stirring. Today Gold Crocodile Douluo's daughter Tianyu could obtain a God-given spirit. Tomorrow, could their children also obtain a God-given spirit? 0 and 1 had an absolute difference. Just like infidelity, there were only 0 times and countless times. Qian Xunji bestowing a God-given spirit to someone with a different surname likewise only had 0 times and countless times. What family spirit legacy? That was all a fart, release it quickly. In front of a God-given spirit, those were all pieces of trash. Only those guys with problematic brains and extreme ignorance would choose to reject the opportunity of a God-given spirit. Take a look and see what kind of God-given spirit you want. Qian Xunji took out an album and showed it to Tianyu. Inside the album were various armored warriors, full-body armor character illustrations. Everyone present was shocked upon hearing this. A God-given spirit could even be chosen. They were all titled Douluo and could be considered well-informed, having even seen 3 God-given spirits. But this was the first time they knew that when a divinity bestowed a God-given spirit, they would actually let the recipient choose the God-given spirit. This was truly Gengzi meeting Brother Scar, opening a third eye to see how wonderful the world is. It's a pity that the daughters I gave birth to all have the immortal herb spirit, Hirong Sky Connecting Chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan sighed softly. An immortal herb spirit still walked the path of a life attribute food system spirit. This cultivate route was personally finalized by Qian Xunji. Everyone else present, their descendants all had the possibility of obtaining the God-given spirit bestowed by Qian Xunji. Only his chrysanthemum Douluo lineage, because of the immortal herb spirit Qirong sky connecting chrysanthemum, could not transform their spirit into a God-given spirit. But fortunately, even if they walked the life attribute food system path, they wouldn't just be worthy of being weaklings with no combat power. Practicing internal skill with the mysterious heaven skill, the cultivate speed wouldn't be slow. Practicing external skills with the dragon elephant prajna technique, there was plenty of strength and attacking methods. Cultivating movement techniques with the myriad changes divine mobility, he was a member of the running group. Add a little bit of the self-created spirit ability system named magic. Those magical shields, those spirit power ray killing magic, various elemental magic. Healing magic, amplification magic, barrier magic, seal magic, flower sea magic, daily magic, one-strike clothes busting magic, wardrobe changing magic, stellar magic. Contract magic and spirit beast contracts allowed powerful vicious beasts to act as bodyguards, protecting auxiliary spirit masters who lacked combat power. Close combat and long-range shooting, offense, defense, and support, both the fish and the bear's paw could be obtained together. In the human alliance, a divine-built faction, if you didn't possess self-created spirit abilities, it could only mean that you were lazy to the extreme. The power of spirit ring and spirit bone skills was affected by the spirit beast's cultivation age. But for self-created spirit abilities, it only depended on your internal spirit power reserve and your own spirit power output power. If you had a lot of spirit power and your output was fierce, you could win when clashing beams. If you wanted to become even stronger, or even break through the human Tao spirit master domain, and become a divinity powerhouse, of course you had to study hard, make progress every day, and constantly break through yourself. I want this one. This God-given spirit called Emperor Armor is much handsomer than Earth Tiger, Flying Eagle, or whatever. Tian Yu's eyes were filled with stars, and her fair, tender index finger pointed at the pattern of the Emperor Armor. This spirit called Emperor Armor was too handsome, she liked it. The armor was predominantly gold, which happened to be the same color as her original golden crocodile king spirit. Are you sure? You won't change it? Qian Xunji lowered his gaze, looked at the little lowly Tian Yu, and asked. Tian Yu nodded like pounding garlic and affirmed, I won't change it. I want this Emperor Armor spirit. After nodding, Qian Xunji made a move, utilizing divine force and mental force to drastically remodel Tian Yu's original golden crocodile king spirit. Divine skill, a major plastic surgery operation for the spirit. Transforming a beast spirit into a tool spirit. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth must reach perfection. Adding a bit of the thunder god bloodline lightning attracting ability from the thunder hell vine. The regeneration ability of the dark gold 3-headed bat king. Since she was cheating, she might as well cheat big. As a humanoid weapon for Shrek's special attacks, Tian Yu had to be strong and fierce. After fusing with a 100,000-year-old golden-haired lion mastiff, he arranged the ultimate strength attribute and the overlord domain for her. Come again with a thorny dragon possessing spatial attributes. The evil eye, a pure mental force attribute spirit beast, couldn't be missing. That's about it for now. Gotta give the Shrek imposters a little hope of winning. I feel my whole body is filled with strength. Tian Yu, wearing the Emperor Armor, felt that she was so powerful right now. With a single stomp, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the marble tiles of the ground. With a single punch, there was a fist wind and the sound of breaking through the air. This was the advantage of the armored warrior spirit. Even without attached spirit rings, as long as the spirit avatar was active and the armor was worn on her body, she could possess incomparably powerful strength, terrifying defensive power, and various innate skills. Holy shit, isn't this that set of armor worn by the mysterious armored Douluo who killed Tang Chen? Seeing the Emperor armor on Tian Yu's body, Green Phoenix Douluo exclaimed in shock. This cry of astonishment attracted everyone's gaze. Green Phoenix Douluo was the only person present who went to watch that battle where Tang Chen died in battle. The gold content of the other party saying these words was very heavy. Platinum Bishop Saphis remembered that Qian Xunji was also wearing this set of armor when he judged criminals in Heaven Do City. But he didn't go to watch the battle where Tang Chen died. At that time, he was arranged by Qian Douluo to handle the Supreme Pontiff's archives and take charge of Spirit Hall's daily affairs. He was busy as hell. Where would he have time to care whether Tang Chen died or not? Tang Chen's death directly caused an earthquake in the Spirit Master's world at that time, and then there was even more work. Even without the Rakshasa god, when the 6 major sects, allied forces dealt with the Clear Sky sect at that time, the Spirit Master's world was bleeding every day. Spirit Hall couldn't even manage to maintain order in the Spirit Master's world. Did you kill Tang Chen back then? It was me. Qian Xunji didn't conceal it. Such an important matter, why didn't you say anything? You guys didn't ask. Qian Xunji's tone was cold, as if it had nothing to do with him and he was aloof from worldly affairs. That bastard Tang Chen had been dead for more than 30 years. What were these old fellows still caring about these stale past events for? It couldn't be that his matter of resurrecting Tang Chen into a death knight, using him as a black slave, and having him forge iron with the deep-sea demon Whale King every day had been exposed, right? Chapter 121, Heaven on Earth, Delhi on the Ground. Walking with the stride of a dragon and tiger in the emperor armor, my name is Tianyu, remember that. Qian Xunji demonstrated, teaching Tianyu how to act cool. Look at people using only the evil eye spell, and use the recovery spell for healing. Qian Xunji used mental force sharing to share God King level mental force with Tianyu, conducting one-on-one tutoring and training to teach pupil techniques and healing spells. As the owner of the Emperor Armor Spirit, you must have an aura that suppresses everything in the world. As the Emperor, I shall suppress all enemies in the world. When Qian Xunji said these words, he deliberately adopted a posture of standing with his hands behind his back, turning his back to all living beings. Learning the arrogant words of Yi Fan and the arrogant actions of Wuxi. Mainly focusing on learning from excellent people to make oneself excellent. You must look down from on high, glancing sideways to look down at people, just like a divinity looking at ants. The turning back and glancing of the sustainer of heavenly principles of death in Genshin Impact, that look like ants must be learned. This kind of gaze can definitely make Tang-san, that confident yet mediocre A-san, turn his eyes red and pant like an ox. Today I will teach you the Vajra Undestructible Divine Skill, so that you have the Emperor Armor externally and the Vajra Undestructible for dual protection internally. Under dual protection, Tang-san's hidden weapons became toy guns that could only blow bubbles. The main focus is to target Tang-san. Full body defense vs two-hand defense. Mere Tang sect unique skills, Mysterious Jade Hand, are far inferior to the Vajra Undestructible Divine Skill. Come, eat the octagonal mysterious ice grass and blazing apricot herbs, refine the body with ice and fire, and gain fire immunity, ice immunity, and poison immunity. Tang-san is a poison master, and to target Tang-san, one must have poison immunity. Qian Xunji personally took action and brought Tianyu to the ice and fire yin-yang well in the God Realm world for body refining. Thrown into the spring water, watching intently, inspecting the situation, and fishing her out if there was a problem. Should I pass on the dragon divine skill? Qian Xunji pondered its pros and cons in his heart. For Douluo continent, the dragon divine skill from Water Moon Cave Heaven is too comprehensive and too powerful. Matched with the joint cultivation of the Tong family spells. As long as it can be successfully cultivated, it can be said to be a broad path for everyone to become a god. Falling into becoming a demon is another matter. Qian Xunji shook his head and indicated that this matter should be put on hold for now. Everyone becoming a god is equivalent to no one becoming a god. Instead, due to the intense internal competition among everyone, divine officials became worthless, the uselessness theory of level 3 gods appeared, and level 2 gods casting resumes were scolded with bizarre incidents like, "You are not a level 1 god, how dare you come to cast a resume? How do you feel?" Qian Xunji asked after fishing up Tianyu, who had undergone a drastic transformation. With silver hair and golden eyes, Tianyu was stark naked and felt that her current self was terrifyingly strong. I feel like I can beat a spirit emperor flat on the ground now. Tian Yu curved her eyebrows and smiled, revealing her white teeth. At only 6 years old, she, Tian Yu, could possess the strength to fight a spirit emperor. If this were to spread, who would dare believe it? Having a god at home is like having a treasure. Opening cheats is simply refreshing. Spirit Emperor. Qian Xunji was somewhat unsatisfied. If you said you could beat the sole heavenly emperor, that would be great. If you say you can only beat a spirit emperor, you're so weak that it's simply unwatchable. Drag her to Qian Xunji Valley University to cultivate and enhance combat capabilities. Strive to become a 10,000-year-old Astartes veteran by the age of 8. I am a thought left behind after the death of the god of love. That detestable second-generation Asura god, Qian Xunji, is simply an unscrupulous boss. Treating me like a Japanese citizen. Treating Qian Xunji Valley as a love desensitization training base. Love desensitization training. Wang Baochuan digging wild vegetables, Shuqin drinking white porridge, Chenyi marrying to Africa, the French maid named Su Meng, the overbearing CEO who digs out his heart and lungs and draws blood to love you. I am the god of love, not the god of escaping romance. Today, this detestable fellow has come again. HMPH. The god of love turned his head away, not wanting to bother with this bad guy, this big bad guy. Flowers bloom with wealth in Nuoding City. Big-headed son Tang San has a headache now, and his younger sister Tang Xiaomei puts on a stinking face every day now, not wanting to bother with him. My good, soft, cute, diligent, and capable biological sister, why did she become a rebellious sister who dislikes her older brother for meddling in her business right after awakening her spirit? Younger sister Tang Xiaomei awakened her spirit, awakening the clear sky hammer and innate full spirit power. Tang Xiao and Tang San were both extremely happy about this. Both brother and sister awakened the clear sky hammer spirit and innate full spirit power. This made Tang Xiao, who had always been restrained and law-abiding and did not drink alcohol, break his rule and drink a glass of red wine to celebrate. Both brother and sister had the aptitude of a titled Douluo, and if they could obtain a 100,000-year spirit ring in the future, they could even break through to a limit Douluo. Coupled with Tang Hao, who already possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring. In the future, it is not impossible for their Clear Sky Tang clan to have 3 limits. In one family, Tang Xiao was very happy, his younger sister Tang Xiaomei was still that good daughter who would sweetly call him father. But as soon as she saw him, Tang San, she instantly switched to a cold face, looking like she was looking at a scumbag. Heaven bestowed upon me a younger sister, but didn't let me enjoy it for a few years. Life is not easy, big-headed son Tang San sighed and went to school. Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. Just like destiny, this is an important location where Tang San became God King Tang. Here, he met the love of his life. Here, he met that good girl who would care about him and pick the meat out of her own bowl to feed him. Here, he met his Asura god Scabbard, and met her who came with a dowry of 3 100,000-year spirit rings and 3 100,000-year spirit bones. A fateful encounter as always. Rakshasa god was bored and stirred up trouble. Tang San met his bunny girl. Pink bunny girl costume, black long braided hair. Xiao Wu, it's Xiao Wu, it really is Xiao Wu. That bunny smell on Xiao Wu, even after many years, Tang San still had not forgotten it. Tang Xiaomei, who entered Notting Academy together with Tang San, furrowed her brow upon seeing Xiao Wu. She was very displeased with this 100,000-year transformed spirit beast. But she knew that all of this was not Xiao Wu's fault. The one who was wrong was the scumbag Tang San. Treating her, Xiaomei, young Master Mei, as Xiao Wu's substitute and container, the bastard. She was clearly just the reincarnation body of Xiao Wu, not Xiao Wu. In the end, that scumbag Tang San actually treated her like that. Erasing her memories and consciousness, letting Xiao Wu's consciousness replace her and occupy her flesh. I am angel god Qian Xunji reborn, yet I became a stitched monster using Xiao Wu's body, Xiao Wu Shui. Today I successfully enrolled in the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. I also met Tang San. But this big-headed Tang San spirit is the clear sky hammer. If I Remember correctly, in my past life, Tang San initially only showed people his blue-silver grass spirit. Until the Spirit Master tournament, he exposed that he was twin spirits, with the blue-silver grass in his right hand and the clear sky hammer in his left hand. Logically speaking, Tang San would not display the clear sky hammer spirit at this time point. Even though the current world is vastly different from the past life, the fact that the enemies of the Clear Sky sect are powerful has not changed. Rumor has it that the Clear Sky sect couldn't survive on Douluo continent and fled to overseas islands to become pirates, plundering fishing villages and coastal towns on the western coast of the continent to make a living. Inside the classroom, "Please don't come near me." Qian Xunji rolled her eyes in disgust, her tone cold, disgusted, and distant. She didn't have the slightest favorable impression of this familiar big-headed son Tang San. Looking wretched, with a big head and a face full of freckles, an ugly person who smiled lewdly, looking at him dirtied her eyes. Also named Tang San, the one in front of her formed a contrast with the tall, mighty, blue long-haired, heroic, ice-pure and jade-clean Tang San of her past life. It was simply heaven on earth versus Delhi on the ground. Chapter 122. Tang Xiao, children, I am leaving. No. Snowflakes fluttered, and the north wind howled. Tang San fell to his knees, clutching his head with both hands and roaring up at the sky. Xiao Wu, his beloved Xiao Wu, had actually rolled her eyes at him and worn a disgusted expression. That cold and distant tone was like tens of thousands of arrows being fired simultaneously, deeply piercing Tang San's heart. This made it impossible for Tang San to accept this cruel fact. If he could, he wanted the cute and adorable sister Xiao Wu from his past life. Tang San, I would rather be beaten by Xiao Wu and acknowledge her as my elder sister than be despised by her. Damn it, it's all Tang Hao's fault. If it weren't for that guy Tang Hao leaving, making it so he couldn't get good breast milk and had to drink Sanlu milk powder instead, how could he, Tang San, have turned into a big-headed son? And that damned smallpox, which caused him to turn into pockmarked Tang, his face covered in pockmarks. Tang San, why wasn't my mother from my past life, Blue Silver Emperor Yin, my mother in this lifetime? It was another day of missing the Blue Silver Emperor spirit. He missed his tall and mighty, long blue-haired, heroic, pure and flawless appearance from his past life. Qian Xunji furrowed her brows, distancing herself from Tang San with a look of disgust. She felt that the Tang San in front of her had something wrong with his brain. Tang Xiaomei also distanced herself from Tang San in disgust. She was afraid others would find out she was Tang San's cousin and suffer gossip behind her back. Leaving them aside, let's turn to another matter. After arranging Tian Yu's subsequent training plan, Qian Xunji came to Nuoding City. Then he saw Qian Xunji, who had taken over Xiao Wu's physical body, roll her eyes at Tang San with a disgusted expression, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, how unseemly. After stabilizing his emotions, Qian Xunji mentally muttered to himself, big-headed son Tang San's pockmarked face, all of this was because he had outsourced the work and arranged for people to target Tang San. Qian Xunji was ultimately Qian Xunji, not Bibi Dong or Luer Long. Once the white moonlight rotted, it would be looked down upon and despised. This point was quite reasonable. After all, what Qian Xunji liked was Tang San, the handsome, powerful, and romantically devoted Tang San of the Douai era. As for the Tang San in front of her who had been reborn from Douluo, calling him a rotted white moonlight was no exaggeration at all. Qian Xunji crossed his arms over his chest with his left hand and rubbed his chin with his right. He was pondering how to target Tang San next. As the male protagonist, the current Tang San had a sister, a house, and Mom Xiao. Having such a setup as a male protagonist was simply unqualified. Having a sister and a house, with both parents dead or neither of them at home, that was the standard configuration a male protagonist should have. Right now, Tang Xiao staying by Tang San's side seemed very much in the way. Kill him, or throw him far away. After pondering for a moment, he took action. Tang Clan Courtyard. My name is Tang Xiao, and I am panicking right now. Qian Xunji, this second-generation Asura god, appearing in my home made me very uneasy. I was very afraid that the other party would open his mouth and say something like, "Your daughter looks good and has good talent, are you interested in having her become sworn sisters with Bo Saishi?" "Uncle Qian, it's been over 10 years, I've missed you dearly." Tang Xiao squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. If possible, Tang Xiao never wanted to see Qian Xunji in this lifetime, the enemy who killed his grandfather Tang Chen and forcibly possessed his goddess Bo Saishi. Tang Xiao only hoped that Qian Xunji would ascend to the god realm earlier so that he wouldn't have to live in constant fear. "Big nephew, no, now I should call you big niece. It's been a while, how did you turn into this look? Truly, any man who sees it would never want to follow in your footsteps." Qian Xunji drank a cup of green tea and bantered with the eunuch Tang Xiao. Hey, he was just playing around. Leaving these Tang clan members alive instead of killing them, wasn't it just for fun? Otherwise why keep them? In Douluo, it is well known that only dead Clear Sky Sect Tang clan members are good Clear Sky Sect Tang clan members. This was the same principle as, the only good goblin is a dead goblin, in the Goblin Slayer world. Those nameless Clear Sky Sect Tang clan members who didn't even have the value of being toyed with had been blasted to death by a single starlight burst of his. Not even ashes were left. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiao quickly lowered his head. He didn't want Qian Xunji to see his bloodshot eyes and heavy, panting appearance. He wasn't afraid of being killed by Qian Xunji, he was only afraid that Qian Xunji would kill his good son and daughter, Tang San and Tang Xiaomei, along with him. The person in front of him was a true god of slaughter. Anyone who knew what the other party had done in Heaven Do City couldn't help but feel chilled to the bone. With a single phrase of, "death penalty, executed immediately," the moment the words fell, he would start killing directly without a shred of mercy. "Big niece, I must remind you, you are still undergoing the Sea God's divine trial. Even if you have lost the qualification to inherit the Sea God position now, you are still a Sea God's divine trial candidate. You must continue the Sea God's divine trial and become the high priest of the Sea God or a sacred pillar Douluo. The Sea God's divine trial pausing when you left Sea God Island does not mean it has ended. The longer the pause, the greater the difficulty of the divine trial, the higher the danger, and the easier it is to face death. You wouldn't want your 2 children to lose their family at such an early age, would you?" Qian Xunji spoke to apply pressure on Tang Xiao while shifting the blame onto Poseidon the sea god. Furthermore, he was not lying. How could it be so easy to take advantage of the sea god? Did you really think that if you failed the divine trial and the sea god didn't kill you, everything would be over? What a joke. The matter of the Clear Sky Sect Tang clan members framing and harming the Sea Soul Masters on Sea God Island, Poseidon the sea god definitely had it written down in his little notebook. Those were all the most loyal believers of Poseidon the sea god. You could curse Poseidon the sea god as an old lecher, an old hooligan, a filthy sea god. But he really did give benefits to his believers. And the believers truly provided the power of faith to Poseidon the sea god. Over 1,000 of Poseidon the sea god's most loyal believers were framed and killed by the Clear Sky Sect Tang clan members, causing Poseidon the sea god to lose so much money. The power of faith was simply too important for a divinity like Poseidon the sea god, who relied on the power of faith to condense a god position and become a god. Qian Xunji killed a large batch died when the deep-sea demon whale king underwent tribulation, and another large batch was framed and killed by the Clear Sky Sect Tang clan members. And now a large number of sea spirit beast believers had been snatched away by Qian Xunji. Snatching the sea spirit beast believers of Poseidon the sea god and turning them into his own believers. The deep-sea demon whale king's family was working very hard. Wars between the believers of divinities were completely legal and compliant in the god realm. A divinity could not directly intervene just because their believers were weak. If a divinity personally killed the opposing believers, it would be considered a declaration of war, and a divine war would begin. Of course, this rule only protected forces under the backing of a divinity. If you didn't have a god looking out for you from behind, then sorry, you didn't even have the qualification to sit at the table to eat. If a divinity directly took action against you, the gods in the god realm wouldn't say anything either. With the massive reduction of sea god believers, Qian Xunji refused to believe it wouldn't have an impact on Poseidon the sea god. Perhaps it was just that the time was too short, and Poseidon the sea god had a deep foundation, so it hadn't manifested yet. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Qian. I will make proper preparations right away, bid farewell to the children, and immediately head to Sea God Island. Tang Xiao bowed respectfully, his tone sincere. He didn't know why Qian Xunji would kindly tell him these things, but he could sense that Qian Xunji was not lying to deceive him. The sea god trident mark on his forehead that had always persisted was the most powerful proof. Furthermore, just moments ago, after Qian Xunji spoke of it, the sea god trident mark had even grown warm, as if reminding and urging him to head to Sea God Island as soon as possible. Leave a letter, and I will send you back to Sea God Island. Qian Xunji spoke, his tone cold yet leaving no room for refusal. On the first day of school, Tang San was despised by Xiao Wu, and Mom Xiao was also forced to leave. Double the blow to Tang San, meow meow meow. Qian Xunji, I will ignite the fury of Sea God King Tang San. Chapter 123, Tang Xiao, it's over, I've followed in Gangxi's footsteps. In the sunset glow, Tang San left school and returned home. As a day student, unlike in his past life, he did not live in the dorm and cling to Xiao Wu. Tang Clan Villa. After the siblings returned from school and saw that the house was empty, Mom Xiao did not prepare dinner for them. There was only a note left on the table, pinned down by 24 moonlit bridges. Seeing the writing is like seeing the person. Children, I am sorry. Your father, Tang Xiao, must head to Sea God Island to continue the sea god's divine trial. There are 10,000 gold coins inside the spirit tool, use them sparingly. May you grow up safe, sound, and healthy. Attached is a headshot of Tang Hao. This is my second sister, your Hao mom. If you are fortunate enough to see her, tell her that your father has gone to Sea God Island to continue the sea god's divine trial. After reading the note, Tang San felt the blood rush to his head, and he felt dizzy. Sea God Island, it is actually Sea God Island. If they were indigenous children of Douluo continent, they certainly wouldn't know what kind of place Sea God Island was. But as a person reborn, and furthermore the rebirth of the Sea God King, Tang San knew Sea God Island all too well. He understood Sea God Island far too well. Tang San would not think that Tang Xiao could obtain the divine rank 9 trials by going to Sea God Island to participate in the sea god's divine trial. But with Tang Xiao's talent, he could definitely obtain the red-rated 7th or 8th trials. The mere thought of Tang Xiao replacing High Priestess Bo Saishi to become the new generation's Sea God High Priest caused Tang San's illness to flare up. Tang's syndrome acted up. He entered a state where his eyes turned red and he breathed heavily like an ox. The way of courting death. All of you have the way of courting death. Having his emotions lowered and becoming unstable due to his mother leaving without a word, Tang San encountered this situation again and directly and subconsciously blurted out his catchphrase. But this time, he didn't know who should have the way of courting death. He only knew that Tang Xiao had left and gone to Sea God Island. In the future, after he achieved success in his cultivate, he would go to Sea God Island to find Tang Xiao. In this lifetime, he inherited the sea god position, and the person to be sacrificed, as usual, had to be High Priestess Bo Saishi, that old woman who liked the great-grandfather. I must get the vast sea cosmic shroud from the Heaven Do Imperial Treasury as soon as possible. Tang San set a small goal for himself in his heart. As the sea god's heart, the vast sea cosmic shroud was the key item to open the sea god's divine rank 9 trials. To Tang San, it was simply too important. Beside him, while Tang San was letting his imagination run wild, Tang Xiaomei took 24 moonlit bridges into her hands. Tang Xiao was her, Tang Xiaomei's, biological father and mother, and the living expenses left behind should naturally be kept by her. Tang Xiaomei, I want to control the family's financial power. If her cousin Tang San wanted to use these 10,000 gold coins for living expenses, he had to get her approval. Retaliating against Tang San starts with cutting off his living expenses. Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. The impoverished Qian Runshui couldn't even afford to live in a dorm. Because of Qian Xunji, the Spirit Hall Spirit Master subsidies from the original work were gone. Qian Xunji, spending money and effort to raise a bunch of Oscar, even a dog would shake its head upon seeing it. Rakshasa God, let it get chaotic, let it get chaotic, let Douluo continent get chaotic. There was no financial subsidy policy for working study students. Heaven Do Empire and Star Luo Empire, as well as the major nobles and sects, did not send money. Damn it, I'm actually so poor that I have to sleep in the classroom. Qian Runshui pieced tables together as a bed, lay on top of it, and complained. Having lived for 2 lifetimes, this was the first time she had lived so miserably. Misfortunes never come singly. Having been hungry for a day, her stomach ungratefully let out rumbling sounds. Passing by, Qian Xunji saw that the other party was living so well, so he sent out a blessing that concealed the aura of 100,000-year spirit beast. If she were slaughtered by some passing titled Douluo, wouldn't that grant Qian Runshui relief? Qian Runshui, she deserved to live this kind of bitter life where she had every meal uncertain of the next. Experience the hardships of the mortal world properly. Only when she was starving would Qian Runshui not think about annoying matters like Bibi Dong's maternal love. Qian Xunji withdrew his gaze, tore open space with a single thought, and went to the ICC battlefield to watch the battle. Flowers bloom in wealth, see God Island. Tang Xiao descended from the sky and landed on the beach, breaking with his face and sticking his buttocks up. Qian Xunji, you naturally evil old ghost of the Qian family, I. Cursing as he went, Tang Xiao felt wronged and shed tears. Qian Xunji is not human, a damned bastard who doesn't act like a god. Before leaving, the other party wouldn't even let him and the children have a farewell meal, say a proper goodbye, or explain precautions. Beast. What a fucking beast. My little San, my Xiaomei, my poor children, motherless since childhood, and now they don't even have a father. If they get targeted by those naturally rotten noble spirit masters, what should I do? Hearing someone scolding Qian Xunji, Sea Dragon Douluo curiously walked over following the voice. He was very curious which warrior actually dared to scold Qian Xunji so loudly. Weren't they afraid of being fiercely retaliated against by that inhuman, god-forsaken, petty bastard? Sea Dragon Douluo stepped onto the beach and saw the appearance of the person cursing. Yo, isn't this young Master Tang? More than 10 years without seeing you, how did you become so effeminate? Living so pathetically, your spirit power has already reached level 90, yet you haven't even obtained your 9th spirit ring. Sea Dragon Douluo would never forget the day he was backstabbed by the Clear Sky Sect's Tang clan members. That day, along with the event of turning clouds and reigning over with High Priestess Bo Saishi in the Sea God Temple and Qian Xunji, became the 2 darkest moments of his life. The moment Sea Dragon Douluo thought about being framed by the Clear Sky Sect's Tang clan members and losing after breaking out in battle with the Rakshasa kin, he and Sea Spear Douluo triggered a dynamic CG. He became so furious that his eyes turned red, he breathed heavily like an ox, and his spirit instantly possessed him. Sea Dragon, what are you doing? Seeing that Sea Dragon Douluo's state was not right, Tang Xiao cried out in surprise. He felt that the current Sea Dragon Douluo was like a volcano about to erupt. Abnormally dangerous, making one's sphincter tighten at the sight. What am I doing? I want to make you taste the suffering I endured. You damned beasts who backstabbed your allies. We, the Sea Soul Masters of Sea God Island, kindly dispatched troops to help you Clear Sky Sect's Tang clan members resolve the crisis. It would be one thing if you didn't know how to be grateful, but you framed our Sea Soul Masters and backstabbed our Sea Soul Masters, causing more than half of our casualties in the battle against the Rakshasa kin. Sea Dragon Douluo's expression was ferocious as he roared in great fury. In all his life, he, Sea Dragon Douluo, had never seen such despicable and shameless scoundrels as the Clear Sky Sect's Tang clan members. Killing Tang Xiao would be letting the other party off way too fucking lightly. Today, Sea Dragon Douluo wanted to let the Sea Soul Masters on Sea God Island exact revenge for their grievances and settle scores for their hatred. Release all the long accumulated anger in their bodies and vent it on Tang Xiao. He wanted Tang Xiao to open his third eye and clearly see this world. Look at how furious these victimized sea soul masters who lost their loved ones were. Look at the sins committed by their Clear Sky sect Tang clan, how many sea soul masters lost their parents, siblings, friends, and lovers. No, Sea Dragon, you cannot treat me like this. I came back to continue the Sea God's divine trial. Tang Xiao's voice had just fallen. Sea God Poseidon's majestic voice rang out. Former Sea God successor Tang Xiao, divine trial failed, regaining a new divine trial, obtaining the red-rated 7 trials. Red-rated first trial, bear the anger of the Sea Soul Masters for a period of 3 years. Refuse the divine trial, execute immediately. The Clear Sky sect's Tang clan members framed the Sea Soul Masters on Sea God Island and hunted down 10,000-year spirit beasts in the ocean. These were all his believers. Every day they diligently contributed power of faith to him. In the end, they were not killed by anti-Sea God forces, but died because of the Clear Sky sect's Tang clan members. Sea God Poseidon, I was truly blind back then, having my head dazed by Asura, to actually look for you Clear Sky sect Tang clan members to inherit the Sea God position. Sea God Poseidon deeply regretted it. If time could flow backwards, he would definitely not let the Sea Soul Masters on Sea God Island have any relation with the Clear Sky sect's Tang clan members. They should have let this group of bastards from the Clear Sky sect's Tang clan be eliminated by the 6 sect's allied forces. Chapter 124, Sea God, Detestable Scroll King. Sea God Island, Sea God Temple. High Priestess Bo Saishi was praying as usual. Suddenly, Sea God Poseidon passed down an urgent divine oracle. My High Priestess Bo Saishi, immediately summon all combat-ready troops on Sea God Island. Sea God Poseidon's voice was filled with majesty and urgency. If only he could be allowed to descend to the lower realm personally and head to the Douluo plain. Sea God Poseidon, I'll definitely string up that scroll King Qian Xunji and beat him to a pulp. In the past, he scrolled the progress bar of the Asura God trial. Now that he has become a divinity, he scrolls the number of believers. In the past, when the other party integrated the continent and took land spirit beasts as dogs, let him be. Anyway, there was no managing him. But now Qian Xunji had been diligently developing on the continent for over a decade. The other party led humans to climb up spirit tool technology, manufacturing large airships and individual flying spirit tools. At this moment, he was gathering a large army to attack his daughter, the Sea Princess, which was the mermaid clan living in the Ice Sea region. For this fellow to directly dispatch a large army just to make his daughter cry every day and mass-produce mermaid tears was simply a declaration of war. A major war between the believers of divinities, if things heated up, could cause a divine war to break out between the divinities of both sides. Obeying your will, my Lord Sea God. With an order from High Priestess Bo Saishi, the Sea Soul Masters on Sea God Island successively boarded the sailing ships. Including Tang Xiao, that experience pack. Holding her scepter, High Priestess Bo Saishi used her 9th soul skill to summon the Sea God, summoning the divine thought of Sea God Poseidon. The divine thought of Sea God Poseidon tore through space, creating a huge portal that allowed the huge sailing ships to pass through. Ice Sea region, several thousand meters. Above the sea surface, it was densely packed with large airships. It looked extremely like the scene in Red Alert where a large number of Kirov-class airships were dispatched, covering the sky and full of oppressive pressure. Countless flying spirit tool 3-wheelers skimmed across the sea surface. Each flying 3-wheeler carried 2 spirit grandmasters, with one responsible for driving and the other responsible for using storage spirit tools to drop bombs. Beneath the sea surface, 2 major groups of sea spirit beasts were confronting each other. One side was the Sea God faction headed by the clan chief of the Mermaid clan, the Sea Princess. The other side was the anti-Sea God faction of sea spirit beasts headed by the Empress of the Deep Sea Demon Whale clan, as well as other spirit beasts. One pair of mother and daughter was the Sea Princess and Leah. Another pair of mother and daughter was the Empress and Lan Fozi. The Sea Princess, who was originally noble, elegant, and calm, was now so angry that she gnashed her teeth. The damned Deep Sea Demon Whale mother and daughter before her were utterly shameless. As sea spirit beasts, they actually ran off to be dogs for the human divinities on the land. acting as traders of sea spirit beasts and pathfinders, leading humans from the land to fight sea spirit beasts. Traders. Your deep-sea demon whale clan are simply traders among sea spirit beasts, running off to be dogs for the human divinities on the continent. The sea princess cursed angrily in exasperation. Right now, she could only curse and satisfy her mouth's craving. Make her fight the empress. What was she thinking? She couldn't win at all. Make her daughter Leah fight Lan Fozi. That would be an egg hitting a rock, shattering at the first blow. In recent years, these two deep-sea demon whales had become even more like they were pumped with chicken blood, relying on their own powerful strength and backed by the colossal human alliance. They frantically targeted sea spirit beasts of the sea god faction in the deep sea. Although this was caused by the relationship between the deep-sea demon whale king and sea god Poseidon. But thinking of those sea spirit beasts and sea god believers who resisted stubbornly, ultimately losing their lives to the yellow springs, having their bodies recycled, and then being processed into feed, the sea princess was afraid that she would follow in their footsteps. You speak so harshly, I am the mount of the Asura god after all. Lan Fozi spoke poutingly, reaching out to brush away the stray hair on her forehead and revealing the Asura blood sword mark. Saying that she was a dog for human divinities was simply slander. When she had nothing to do, inside Qian Xunji's god realm world, opening her eyes meant eating until she closed them. Popcorn, fish dishes, she ate them with open arms. Being a mount of a divinity as well, how could demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai possibly have such good treatment as her? Over the years, she had eaten her way from a tiny 100,000-year sea spirit beast into a vicious beast of over 900,000 years. Her cultivation years increased so quickly mainly because corn was like spirit medicine, which could be made into medicinal pills. Eating them made cultivation increase rapidly. The more she ate and the more she digested, the faster her cultivation naturally grew. The sea is the sea god's territory. Leah plucked up her courage and spoke out in rebuttal. What Asura god? Not familiar, don't know him. But wanting to lay a finger on the sea was absolutely out of the question. The sea was the home of their sea spirit beasts, the territory of Lord Sea God Poseidon. They would not allow those human spirit masters from the continent to act presumptuously. Fozi, don't talk nonsense with them. Fight directly until they surrender. The Empress spoke, her tone firm. Regarding sea god believers, she only had one sentence: fight. If they didn't want to change their faith and convert to the Asura god, then beat them to death and recycle their bodies to be processed into feed. The chance to survive was given to them, but if they didn't want it, then they couldn't blame them for being ruthless and harsh with their methods. Snow Empress, Ice Empress, you have also fallen and become running dogs of humans. The Sea Princess glared angrily at the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress. The Ice Sea region and the far north were neighbors, and they were the spirit beast overlords of the two regions. Naturally, the Sea Princess recognized the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress, two of the three heavenly kings of the far north. It was just that she didn't expect that even the Snow Empress and the Ice Empress would fall and become running dogs of humans. Even if that was a divinity. Being a running dog for a divinity was nothing much. But as a spirit beast, one cannot forget their roots. If you want to be a dog, be a good dog. Why unite together to attack their mermaid clan? Everyone is being a dog for a god, and the god won't bring you to become a divinity and ascend to the god realm. Why risk your lives? I am a maid, concurrently a humanoid air conditioner, and a foot-stepped pickled cabbage maker. The cold and noble Snow Empress spoke, proving her identity. What running dog, speaking so harshly? She, the dignified Snow Empress, was a divine servant, an existence who could sit on a chair and place her rice bowl on the table to eat. She was not like those doggies whose eating basin could only be placed on the ground. The Ice Empress took over the conversation. I am a senior ice maker of the Ice Factory, a milk tea producer, an outstanding employee for iced beverages. She, a working scorpion, had a proper job, an income, and a place to live. And she could cuddle with cute human girls. Is this the treatment a dog could have? Besides, living inside the God realm world, there was no need to worry about the heavenly tribulation. Lightning targeting spirit beasts. With this welfare and treatment, what was wrong with being a running dog for a human divinity? Being a dog for sea god Poseidon, could he offer such generous treatment? Facing the Empress mother-daughter pair and the Ice and Snow Emperors. The mermaid clan simply didn't have that many high-tier combat powers to resist. So what if their numbers were large, their quality was severely insufficient? In the sea, they couldn't beat the 2 deep-sea demon whales. Facing the deep-sea demon whales that revealed their true forms and turned into colossal beasts. The mermaid clan could only be treated as speed bumps and rolled right over. The slightly better ones were rammed until they suffered internal injuries. The worse ones were directly rammed to death, with spirit rings emerging. As soon as the mermaids poked their heads above the sea surface, they would suffer the attacks of the Ice and Snow Emperors, being frozen into ice sculptures and then recovered into storage spirit tools by human spirit masters driving aerial three-wheelers. Detestable. Just as the sea princess was facing despair, a huge portal appeared on the sea, and a large number of sailing ships poured out from it, entering the Ice Sea region. Sea Soul Masters headed by the Sea God High Priestess Bo Saishi officially intervened in the Ice Sea region battlefield. Chapter 125, Everyone is a divinity, you think you are clean. Above the icy sea, the giant sea god Phantom's gaze pierced through the seawater, seeing countless mermaid corpses floating in the water, and he was so enraged that his eyes split open. His believers, his numerous believers, died in such large numbers right before his eyes. Bastard, it is this damned deep-sea demon whale clan again. Why are they always going against him? Clearly, the number of people in your clan is pitifully small, adding up to only single digits even at peak. Why couldn't you just stay honestly in the demon whale sea area, sleeping well and acting as stay-at-home whales? Since you defected to Qian Xunji, the second-generation Asura god, you should have just been a good dog for him. Why didn't you stay away once you left the sea? If the mother and daughter of you wanted to miss home, just coming back to the sea for a look would have been fine. Instead, you brought a group of spirit beasts and a human spirit master army back to slaughter his believers. Poseidon, traitors of the sea, leading the way for the enemy. Especially deep-sea demon whale king's daughter, Lan Fozi. You served as the Asura god's mount, yet you didn't properly act as a mount and offer your flesh to please the divinity. After serving as the Asura god's mount for many years, you are still a virgin. How did you even act as a mount? Have you worked hard at it all these years? With various factors compounding, he was simply furious. Sea god Poseidon made a move. Even in front of Qian Xunji, he had to kill the mother and daughter pair, the demon empress and Lan Fozi. The deep-sea demon whale clan betrayed the sea and acted as guides to lead the continent's human spirit masters in slaughtering marine spirit beasts. Their crimes deserve death, and they should expiate their sins with their deaths to appease the resentment of tens of thousands of marine spirit beasts. Your Excellency Sea God, as a divinity who completed ascension to the God realm, how can you directly make a move to kill lower realm living beings? Such an act impairs the might of a divinity. High in the air, Qian Xunji, sitting on an airship, blocked the sea god Phantom with a single thought. Overlooking downwards from above, his gaze was like looking at ants. Although his spoken words were polite, his tone flew toward everyone like ice shards. As a divinity, one should have the pride of a divinity. Sea god Poseidon, as a divinity who completed ascension to the god realm, actually directly made a move to kill lower realm living beings. Truly shameless. He had never directly made a move in wars between believers to help them kill powerful enemies. He learned from Gilliman, walking the standardized troop spawning route, guaranteeing both quantity and quality. Qian Xunji, as if you didn't make a move against lower realm living beings after inheriting the Asura god seat. Weren't those Tang family members of the Clear Sky sect on Hoshin Island slaughtered by you? Poseidon spoke in anger and embarrassment, exposing Qian Xunji's past deeds. Everyone's hands are unclean, what right do you brat have to lecture him? Besides, you brat even got together with the Rakshasa divine thought, forming a comical god combination, often teasing mortals to find amusement. The rotten things you brat have done are far more excessive than his. But one point must be admitted, as long as that mortal hadn't actively offended Qian Xunji indeed wouldn't personally step in to teach them a lesson or kill them. Below, on the sailboat, Hearing that Qian Xunji had slaughtered Hoshan Island, Tang Xiao felt a complex mix of emotions. There was a sense of gratification in his heart. After all, back then, the clan members targeted their lineage, almost causing Tang Hao to have a miscarriage and lose reproductive capacity, cutting off their bloodline. There was sorrow, the sorrow of the peerless Clear Sky sect truly becoming a thing of the past, relying solely on the 4 people of their lineage, who knew how long and how many generations it would take to reforge the glory of the peerless Clear Sky sect. There was anger, the anger towards Qian Xunji for slaughtering his own clansmen, not even sparing the elderly, the young, women, and children. Tang Xiao's eyes were red, breathing heavily like an ox, lowering his head, not daring to let Qian Xunji see his emotions written on his face. He dared not bare his teeth or grin at Qian Xunji, who had become a divinity, let alone utter harsh threats. Simply because he knew Qian Xunji really kills people. Even if you offended the other party today, if the other party didn't kill you and left you alive, you would still suffer inhuman punishment. Back then, Tang Hao offended Qian Xunji and was punished to clean all the toilets on Sea God Island, with High Priestess Bo Saishi responsible for supervision. He still remembered that vividly. Qian Xunji actually did something decent for once. Sea Dragon Douluo laughed from ear to ear. No matter who killed those beasts of the Tang family from the Clear Sky sect who backstabbed their allies, Sea Dragon Douluo expressed his support for them. Even if this person was that damned bastard Qian Xunji, Sea Dragon Douluo would still support him. One thing is one thing. Sea Dragon Douluo only supported Qian Xunji on the matter of killing the Clear Sky sect's Tang family members. As for other times, Qian Xunji, don't come over, we're not hooking up, and we won't meet. I agree. Sea Spear Douluo was likewise smiling happily. Like Sea Dragon Douluo, he was an unlucky soul who was framed and backstabbed by the Clear Sky sect's Tang family members, paying a heavy price. Hearing the news that those beasts of the Clear Sky sect's Tang family had been slaughtered now was simply like drinking a huge mouthful of iced red tea in the midsummer. How refreshing. The two looked at Tang Xiao, feeling glad that Qian Xunji hadn't completely slaughtered all the Clear Sky sect's Tang family members, leaving a few rats for them to take revenge and wipe out their grudges. That was a criminal syndicate where everyone within it was a criminal. I made a move to descend divine punishment, eliminating evil and promoting good. Is there a problem? Qian Xunji spoke, offering an explanation for his act of slaughtering Hoshan Island. On Douluo continent, could killing the Clear Sky sect's Tang family members possibly be wrong? After he became a god, he didn't immediately go and slaughter the Clear Sky sect's Tang family members completely purely because of laziness. He just didn't pass by and casually blast a starlight burst down to blow them to death. All right. If only he had been a bit more diligent back then, instead of getting interested in seeing whether Tang San would be born, with thoughts in his mind of torturing Tang San to add a bit of fun to his boring life. The moment the Asura god left his foot, he would have stepped out right after to slaughter the Clear Sky sect and kill all the Tang family members, leaving not a single one behind. You actually have the nerve to say the phrase eliminating evil and promoting good. Sea God Poseidon exclaimed in surprise. Others might not know Qian Xunji, but how could he not know what kind of piece of work this fellow was? Don't look at how this fellow usually calls people your excellency, sir, or madam, making you think he is a polite and easy to talk to person. This piece of trash is actually just a butcher wearing a polite coat. It seems I can only tear off the disguise. I wanted to kill, so I killed. As Qian Xunji finished speaking, his eyes narrowed slightly, locking his gaze onto the sea god phantom. Right now, I still want to kill you. Hearing this, sea god Poseidon instantly widened his eyes, sensing an incomparably powerful aura of the law of slaughter being released from within Qian Xunji's body, assaulting towards him. I don't understand. Clearly being in the lower realm, why has Qian Xunji's realm broken through so fast? Sea God Poseidon was greatly shocked in his heart, unwilling to believe the fact before his eyes. The cultivation rank currently displayed by Qian Xunji, although it had not yet reached the peak realm of a level 1 god, his comprehension and mastery of the law of slaughter and the law of combat were not below the law of the ocean of his true body. He was merely a divine thought summoned down to the lower realm by the sea god high priestess. Fight Qian Xunji and save the believers. Such a thing simply could not be done. Damn it, this fellow is still as sinister as ever, usually restraining his aura to act sweet and backstab people, and he also likes to keep a hand hidden. Sea god Poseidon spat internally. But the power of faith provided by believers every day was far too important to sea god Poseidon. He could not retreat, nor could he compromise. Boss, please leave this Poseidon divine thought to me to handle.